Welcome to Sacrilegious Discourse.
For this is what the Sovereign Lord says.
Why do you need prophets to tell people who you are and what you want?
If you can justify everything that the God of the Bible has done, then you can justify any of your behavior.
A lot of this mentality is trickling into what is now mainstream right-wing Christianity.
I am capable of empathy greater than this God of the Bible.
This is a Bible that they tell kids. This is the good Lord. This is the good book. He is fantasizing about murder, mass murder.
Head over to sacrilegiousdiscourse.com right now to find out how to leave us a review or support us on Patreon.
Hey there, sinners and saints. It's your favorite Bible-bashing duo from Sacrilegious Discourse, and we need your help.
That's right, folks. We're raising funds for some heavenly equipment and a studio that doesn't sound like it's in the depths of hell.
Our current setup, let's just say it's more apocalypse than audiophile.
So if you want to hear us dissect the Bible without the background noise of demonic squirrels, chip in a few bucks.
We're aiming for $5,000 to upgrade our audio and build a studio worthy of blasphemous banter.
Donate today and help us spread the good word of atheism.
You can find a link right on our homepage, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. Every dollar counts.
Even if it's from your collection plate. Husband!
Wife!
Do you remember what happened the last time we were ever here?
Well, we just got done with the weekly replay, and we did like the Q&A for 1 through 4 of Zechariah. But in the last regular episode, we read Zechariah Chapter 4. And in that episode, we had angels again.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah. And they showed up with yet another vision for what was his name?
Zechariah?
His name is Zechariah. Yeah, Zechariah. Yeah, the book we're in.
Yeah. And that was the 5th vision, if I recall correctly.
Right. That may be true. I don't know. But I knew it was another vision. So,
okay.
And they had a golden lampstand, a bowl, and 2 olive trees, and and
the never-ending oil.
Yeah, and no real answers.
No.
It was just like, here's some more shit, and I'm not going to tell you exactly what it means. The humans are meant to be confused, and God knows what he's doing. Just trust, It's all good.
It's coded bullshittery of politics.
Right. Also, Zerubbabel, he's going to do a great job, and he's going to finish that temple.
With the cornerstone.
Because he is. Yeah, and then there was like a 7-eyed rock.
A 7-eyed rock.
Yeah.
That would be a really cool name for a band. The 7-eyed rock.
Seems like we come across a lot of those cool names for bands.
It's true.
Yeah. Before we move on to anything else, I do want to do a shout out for a new Patreon member.
What?
Yeah. I want to give a big shout out to Barry B.
Barry B?
Yeah. Barry is our newest patron. And I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of our heart, because we really, really, really appreciate this more and more all the time, because we've cut back other places where we are making money. So your guys' support really means so much to us.
Barry, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Barry. It's amazing that you guys keep reaching out and helping us. And Barry, we really, really do mean it. You are amazing, and we love that you are helping us out. So,
and we love that you enjoy what we're doing.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you so much.
That being said, what are we getting into today?
We are going to read, not Ezra. We are going to read Zechariah Chapter 5.
Yes, we are.
What the fuck? Why does my phone say Ezra?
I don't have a clue.
Wow, I am in the wrong book.
So, are you ready to do this?
I will be by the time we come back.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right, we are getting into not Ezra, but Zechariah.
Yeah, I didn't know that there was a question about that. But
well, okay. So do you want the story? Because I know what happened.
Sure.
Okay, so normally I have open 2 separate tabs on my phone. One is a list of all the books of the Bible, and the other one is the actual chapter where I'm at. Right? And you might say, why do you have that? Well, the answer is because when I'm doing research, sometimes I want to look back at a different book than what we're on.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to lose my place. So I
you
have
open a
that
different tab.
Yeah, so I have that other tab with all the books already listed.
Sure.
And I use that. But the last time that I did research, I accidentally closed the window that I was on. And I was looking up something from Ezra. I don't even know what it was at this point.
Got it.
But so when I looked at my phone and I was like, yeah, I'm getting ready to read. Here we go. And then I was like, wait, Ezra?
Yeah.
And so that's what happened.
Okay. All right.
That makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Don't say it like that. It does make sense.
It makes sense.
Oh my
It makes
God.
sense.
Okay. So again, before we start, I have to say one more thing.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a flying roll in this one.
I'm sorry, a flying roll.
A flying roll.
Like as in a roll, like a bread roll?
No, it's not. But I just, okay. It's called the flying roll.
Okay.
And all I could think when I first looked at it was pizza roll. But it's not a pizza roll.
Right. Okay.
But that's what I thought it said at first.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're going to read it. Ready? Zechariah chapter 5.
I'm intrigued.
The pizza roll. Okay.
Or the flying roll.
The flying pizza roll.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So I looked again, and there before me was a flying scroll.
Wait. You said roll.
Because it's called the flying roll, but he saw a flying scroll.
That makes no sense.
A roll of paper is a scroll, you doofus.
I know that, but like, who calls it a roll?
Whoever wrote this.
Like,
shit.
I don't call a script or a scroll a roll. I don't call a piece of paper tied up in a roll either. It's a piece of paper tied up in a roll, which otherwise is known as a script.
Hold on, but you do say a roll of toilet paper.
I do.
Or a paper towel roll.
But I define what the fucking roll is. It's not just a roll.
It's not a pizza roll.
Yeah, no.
Well,
they should not have rolled with that.
This roll is... That was stupid.
That was.
This roll is a flying scroll, and as I looked, I fucking saw it.
That's great, Zechariah. That's awesome, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He asked me, what do you see?
A flying roll, apparently. That's a scroll.
I see a flying scroll, a pizza roll, 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide.
Jesus. That's one big fucking scroll roll.
What's a cubit?
A cubit's from your elbow to your fingertip.
Right, yeah.
That's a fucking massive scroll roll.
Could you imagine?
I'm calling it a scroll roll because that's too funny.
A rolly scroll. A scrotum?
No, that's not even close.
Well, but that's where my head went.
Of course it is.
Because I'm a child. Yeah. And he said to me, this is the curse that is going out over the whole land. For according to what it says on one side. Oh my God, this thing is two-sided.
Jesus Christ. They pulled out the two-sided scroll. Shit.
I didn't even know they could do that.
I didn't either.
I thought the ink would bleed through.
You would think, right? Because they had to like dip it and shit, and then it just like soaked in.
Right.
So you wouldn't think they would do it two-sided. It would get a little confusing.
Not that I know a lot about scroll writing.
Or roll scroll writing.
No.
Yeah, definitely not
I just like, in my head, I just assumed it was always one-sided and it was rolled up.
Right.
But this scroll roll was two-sided.
I don't recall seeing scrolls with writing on the outside of the roll.
That's
of
true.
The scroll.
That's true. Okay, Dr. Seuss. So anyway, for according to what it says on one side, every thief will be banished, and according to what it says on the other side, everyone who swears falsely will be banished.
But if you swear correctly.
Yeah. The Lord Almighty declares, I'll send it out, and it will enter the house of the thief and the house of anyone who swears falsely by my name.
Does a 20-cubit scroll fit nicely in a thief's house, I wonder?
I mean, it's...
Because 20 cubits, that's fucking huge.
I think it's like vision of it, not like the actual...
I'm envisioning a 20-cubit long scroll roll going into a thief's house.
A scroll roll. It will remain in that house and destroy it completely, both its timbers and its stones.
That is one powerful scroll.
No, now here's the thing. I'm trying to take this seriously now.
I don't know why.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, okay.
when it says anyone who swears falsely by my name,
Yeah.
like that is what they mean when they say swear. They don't mean like a cuss word, a bad word. They mean swearing in, like using my name incorrectly.
Right.
Swearing by my name.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But then you got these little ladies running around clutching their pearls. You said the F word. You're going to hell. Like, oh, that's not what it meant, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Right.
did it wrong. I'm not going to hell for that reason.
Yeah, I wonder, does it say anywhere in the Bible that you shouldn't cuss?
No.
I mean, like, because like you said, swearing is basically, they're talking about the Lord's name, right? And that's where the reference to swearing has come up, at least thus far. Mm-hmm. I don't recall anywhere that they have banished or said that it's bad to actually cuss.
Don't say bad words.
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah.
What is a bad word?
I say go for it.
I mean, in the 50s,
obviously.
You weren't even allowed to say darn. And now darn isn't a cuss word at all. Now darn is like a replacement for damn, double damn.
I mean, shit's even kind of mild these days.
Right?
You know, like, whatever.
Yeah. Like, I don't really get it, you know. People say fudge like as though I don't know that you actually mean fuck.
I honestly dislike those words more than cuss words.
Mm-hmm.
Way more.
So do I.
Because it's just such a put on. Mm-hmm. You know, like you're putting on a show. We all know what you were meaning to say.
Yeah, if you don't want to cuss, don't cuss.
Not only
using a euphemism is still cussing.
Well, and it's not just that. It's like they'll be saying a sentence and then they'll say fudge, and like they have emphasis behind it because they want to make sure you understood they said fudge.
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, you said fuck, but real fucking nice.
Right. My ex-mother-in-law used to say, "Oh, fudge cookies." And every time I would cringe.
Did she do the eye movements just like you did? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would cringe every time because
Right.
I was like, you're not as cute as you think you are. Yeah. All right, so now we're moving to some other thing. We're done with the scrolly roll.
Sure.
Okay. Then the angel who was speaking to me came forward and said to me, "Look up and see what is appearing."
Is there another scroll roll?
No.
No?
I asked, "What is it?" He replied, "It is a basket." He said it just like that too.
Right, yeah.
It is a basket.
Right, because obviously when you look up, there's baskets.
And that's more disappointing. Like after a giant fucking rolled scroll,
Well,
now we got a basket.
Is this basket big enough to hold the 20 cubit long fucking scroll?
I don't know. And he added, "This is the iniquity of the people throughout the land."
A basket.
A basket. I wonder if that's the hand basket to hell.
Going to hell in a hand. Oh,
right?
yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Then the cover of lead was raised, and there in the basket sat a woman. That is a giant basket.
Hold on. This fucking basket had a cover that was made of lead.
Sure.
And
why
inside
not?
the basket with the lead cover, there was a woman.
A woman exclamation point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like for reals. Like, whoa.
That's a pretty big basket, though.
That's what I'm saying.
It's got a woman in there.
Yeah. That's bigger than the rolled scroll.
Not necessarily 20 cubits is be bigger than a woman, so.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
You know.
That is true.
Right.
He said, "This is wickedness." And he pushed her back into the basket and pushed its lead cover down on it.
No shit.
He shoved that bitch back into the basket.
Is this Pandora? Is this Pandora's basket?
Well, Pandora is supposed to be like the equivalent of Eve.
Sure.
Whereas Eve had to go after the apple and was like told, "Don't do it." Temptation, though. What's her name? Pandora was told, "Don't open the box. I know that you'll have temptation, but it'll let loose all the evil."
Right.
So they're both like equivalent.
Sure.
But
there's a woman in a box / basket.
This woman in the basket is representing evil and not a temptation to avoid it lest she release evil.
Okay.
But he did say, "This is wickedness." And he pushed her back into the basket and pushed its lead cover down on it.
But I like how he introduced her. Like, here she is. Bloop, no more.
It is a basket.
Is it like a wicker basket? Because you think she'd be like, "Hey," you know, like she could whisper through the cracks in the basket.
You know what makes me sad is that they clearly didn't know that lead is bad for you.
Right? Yeah. Poor woman's getting lead poison in there.
They all are. They're all fucking with the basket.
Well, yeah.
I mean, at least the angel guy is, right?
Sure. Angels probably are impervious to lead, I'm sure. Or something.
I mean, just don't lick it or anything. Then I looked up, and there before me were 2 women with the wind in their wings. You know how women have wings?
Are these angels, though?
I don't know. It just says 2 women.
I might stop looking up if I was him. You see in a basket with a woman and a lead cover, and then now you see 2 women with wings.
Okay, here's my thing.
Yeah?
2 women with the wind in their wings. Is he talking about pads? Pads with wings? Because otherwise they're angels, and you don't need to specify. Right? Yeah. So they had wings.
This is a Tampax commercial?
Yeah. Okay. No, Tampax is generally like tampons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's the brand that
Always.
Okay.
Yeah. Or Stay Fresh.
Got it. Yeah.
Or Stay Free. I don't know.
Fucking know.
Look, I had a hysterectomy a long time ago, so I do not remember the names of these things too well.
You're out of the loop. Yeah.
Okay, anyway, they had some wings or whatever.
Sure.
Like those of a stork. And they lifted up the basket between heaven and earth. Where are they taking the basket?
I don't fucking know.
I asked the angel who was speaking to me. He replied, to the country of Babylonia to build a house for it. When the house is ready, the basket will be set there in its place. The end.
Oh,
Your face is so confused.
It says Babylonia.
Babylonia. Yeah.
Not Babylon. It says
Babylonia.
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 Okay. You're going to fly it to...
Oh, I do have a note here that says, in Hebrew, it's Shinar.
Okay.
Whoa. Heaven, let you shine. What?
But they're going to build a house for wickedness in Babylonia.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Is that...
And when it's ready, they're going to put the basket there in its place.
But who's building that fucking house for wickedness?
They are.
Who's they?
The mystical, magical they.
Oh, I mean, like, are there going to be angels, building?
The ladies with wings.
The ladies with wings.
Yeah.
There's ladies with wings building a house for the wickedness lady in the basket with the lead cover.
I'm going to reread this.
Okay,
here.
Yeah.
Where are they taking the basket, I asked, right?
Yeah.
He said, to the country of Babylonia to build a house for it. So they are taking the basket there to build a house. Okay. So it's those 2 ladies with the wings.
I wonder if there's any historical records of 2 ladies with wings building a house for wickedness.
In a basket.
I mean, with a lead cover.
That it's so
a human sized basket.
It's so oddly specific.
It really is.
It's so randomly and there was a shoe. What?
Look, I know that there's symbolism here. I know that,
but I don't know what the symbolism is.
I mean, we're gonna have to get to the Q&A, obviously.
The whole I have a piece of paper here for notes, and the only thing I'm just gonna write on it is, huh?
Right. I mean, I could guess at some things, but I'd literally just be guessing.
Right.
And the visions that this dude is having, he's got problems. Yeah. He needs to seek therapy.
He really does.
He's got issues.
I think he needs more than BetterHelp, too.
Unless you guys want to sponsor us, then we'll say you totally would do it.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, you guys did it. Yeah. Perfect. As long as you guys don't support Trump.
Yeah. I mean, don't be taking dark money from the Republicans
then
either.
You can fuck right off.
Sure you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and your BetterHelp. You got anything more for us about winged women carrying women in baskets that are wickedness and lead rolls. Covers and scroll rolls, and is that all we get? Is that all we need to cover today?
Don't you think that's enough?
I think that's plenty.
It's
damn,
a short chapter,
that was a crazy fucking chapter.
I'm so confused.
I am very confused. But
I could have done without this book of the Bible, quite honestly.
I could say that about many of the books of the Bible. Yeah. But yeah, this one...
At least this one's not pissing me off. This one's just confusing me.
It's kind of funny. Fun. As far as things go that we've read, I mean, who was expecting a woman in a basket and rolls floating in space that are 20 foot long? I did not expect that.
Not it.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
What?
I had to throw that in there because isn't
that a quote?
Yeah, it's from Monty Python.
Okay, from Monty Python. Got it. Okay, yeah.
All right. I think that's all we got for today. So thank you everybody for joining us, and we will endeavor to be back tomorrow with
Zechariah Chapter 6.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye, Zeki.
Wife.
What are we finally at last, forever putting it off, but now we're here because we have the same time doing today.
We just got done. Well, not just. Jesus, it's been a week.
Yeah.
We read Zechariah Chapters 5. And at that, I mislabeled it in the fucking podcast feed.
Did.
So anybody that listened to it thought they might have been listening to Chapter 6, which it wasn't, because what we're doing today is actually Chapter 6.
Right.
But before we get into that, we last time, and I forgot to pull up my notes here, so I'm going to wing this one. But we talked about a fucking flying scroll.
A pizza roll scroll.
Yeah, the scroll roll in the sky. And
a bitch in a basket.
And a bitch in a basket. Yeah. No, it was good times. With a lead cover even. You know, and what was her name? It was something weird. I can't remember now.
She was iniquity or...
No, it wasn't iniquity.
She was badness. She was...
Wickedness.
Oh,
it was wickedness, yeah.
That is what iniquities are.
But that's not what they called her, so we had to get her name right. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, like, in a different translation, she probably was iniquity. But in our translation, yeah, I guess she was wickedness, but whatever.
You didn't research that, though, so you're just pulling that out of your ass.
I'm just saying, like, normally iniquity is what comes up. So that's where my mind went.
Got it. But no, we said the word it was wickedness.
Okay, whatever.
Anyway.
Bitch in a basket.
Yeah, bitch in a basket. And a scroll in a roll.
Yeah.
In the sky. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that was Zechariah chapter 5.
Sure as fuck was.
Before we get into what we're doing today, I do have a shout out for Patreon, and we have to do it because it might be another week before we get to another fucking episode. Apparently,
yeah.
We've been sucking.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a Patreon shout out.
Oh
so
my god!
I would like to say thank you to Saba. Yeah, and Saba joined recently, and I just found out, I think it was them that did this, but they signed up for like a year ahead of time, which I didn't even know was an option. Well, I did at one point, but then I forgot that I turned that option on. So I was like, whoa, what happened there? And then it was turned on.
That's crazy.
And so yeah, but you get a little bit of a discount if you pay for a year in advance.
Wow.
So just so you know, that's an option.
Smart move, Saba.
Right. So thank you, Saba, so much. It really, really does help take care of the things that we need to take care of for this podcast. And it means everything. You guys supporting us is just never not awesome.
It's never not awesome. We have run out of all the ways to say how grateful we are.
I really need like a fucking... what do you call those books that tell
Thesaurus?
Yeah, that's the one.
Jesus Christ.
It's late. My brain wasn't working.
It is late. And to be fair as to why it's been so long, husband has been working several doubles in a row.
It's
end
been
of the month.
Stressful.
And
it's been stressful. Yeah. So anyway, that being said, what are we getting into today again?
Zechariah chapter 6.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, we are reading Zechariah, chapter 6.
Okay.
Count Zeki, come out. Zechariah, I guess, looked up again.
You should stop doing that, dude. There's weird shit in the sky, apparently.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Remember in the last one, he had got woken up. So, I mean, even not looking up, there's still those visions going to get him.
Right.
And there before me were 4 chariots coming out from between 2 mountains of bronze. You know,
wow,
as they do.
This guy's got some fucked up dreams or whatever the hell they are. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, look,
man.
I was listening to news last night. Like, I had a bunch of news podcasts teed up.
Yeah.
And I fell asleep listening. And so my dreams were, like, all over the place. And there was, like, literally a spaghetti monster getting me. Because one of the news, like, I re-listened to all the news when I woke up to be like, okay, what the fuck?
What happened?
Yeah. And there was, like, a report about them having discovered this octopus.
Oh.
And, yeah.
But you turned it into the flying spaghetti monster.
Yes.
Or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Getting me. Yeah. Yeah. Because, all I could think was the tentacles, right? They're getting me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So, this guy clearly, he ate something.
Yeah.
So,
Definitely.
mountains of bronze and 4 chariots coming from between them. Okay. That's what he's seen.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't trust this guy very much.
I don't either.
He doesn't seem to be very reliable.
Zeki. The first chariot had red horses, the second black, the third white, and the fourth dappled. All of them powerful.
Oh, yeah, obviously. If they're flying between, Bronze Mountain peaks or something.
They're pulling chariots, so
right.
They can't be too weak, right?
Well, yeah. Unless they're like pine chariots or something, those would be pretty easy to pull.
You think? I don't want to.
Pine's really light.
I don't want to pull a chariot, pine or otherwise.
I'm just saying.
I ain't pulling shit.
It'd make it easier. Wouldn't stay together very well, but it just depends on what it's made of, All
right. Anyway, I asked the angel who was speaking to me, "What are these, my lord?" The angel answered me, "These are the 4 spirits of heaven, going out from standing in the presence of the Lord of the whole world," as you do.
Right, yeah. You talked to angels about the people that were standing in the presence of the Lord, flying through bronze mountains with chariots in the sky with different colored horses.
Yeah. So I'm the angel and I'm telling you, okay? The one with the black horses is going toward the north country.
Yeah.
The one with the white horses toward the west, and the one with the dappled horses toward the south. Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. When the powerful horses went out, they were straining to go throughout the earth, not through the earth, throughout the earth.
Right, yeah.
And he said, "Go throughout the earth." So
he being God, I'm assuming?
I don't know, he or the angel.
Okay.
So they went throughout the earth.
Yeah.
Then he called to me, "Look, those going toward the north country have given my spirit rest in the land of the north."
Okay.
I guess.
Sure. Good job, guys. Awesome.
I don't know what I'm supposed to take from this, so I will definitely have to look in the notes and be like...
I'm assuming they killed people.
Maybe. What you doing?
Or something.
The word of the Lord came to me, Zechariah.
Okay. Yeah.
"Take silver and gold from the exiles Heldai, Tabijah, and Jediah, who have arrived from Babylon. Go the same day to the house of Josiah, son of Zephaniah. Take the silver and gold and make a crown and set it on the head of the high priest, Joshua, son of Jozodak."
Do you think we're bringing the silver and gold to them because they just sent wickedness to them and built her a house over there with flying women with wings?
What I want to know is, do you think
that's crazy.
Do you think the bitch in the basket is the same as the bitch witch in the woods that has the house made of candy?
Are you going to Hansel and Gretel now?
Yeah.
From the Bible. We got the okay.
Yeah.
Hansel, is it Hansel?
Hansel.
I thought it was Hansel. Hansel.
What?
It's soup.
What?
It's soup.
Soup?
Yeah, doesn't the witch cook them or something?
No, they push her in the oven.
Oh, that's right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Soup. They were gonna be soup.
She was gonna eat them. That's why she was fattening them up.
Yeah.
And then, instead, Gretel pushed the witch into the oven. Unless
is there a darker version of it where it's not that way and they do get eaten?
I don't know. I haven't read the original, whatever, the Brothers Grimm, or I don't know if it was that or the other dudes, Hans Christian Andersen, and
Mother Goose, the Grimm things. They're really dark.
They are dark,
but we turned them into things that were like
Disney. Yeah,
basically.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know that there was this really fun movie that had what's his name, Jeremy Renner, and it was Hansel and Gretel Witch Finders or something, like Witch Hunters.
I don't know.
Oh my God. It's a fun movie. I've seen it several times at this point. It's a really fun movie.
Okay.
I fucking love that movie.
That's great.
Yeah. So, but
I may have seen that, but I don't
You
recall.
You did, but not the multiple times, just the one time. And you were like, yeah, it was all right.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
That sounds how I would react to that. Yeah.
Yeah. You were like, it's not horrible.
Right.
I don't hate it.
Right.
And that's as good of a blessing as you're going to get out of
most of the time.
Yeah.
I do love some movies.
No, it's got to be really good for you to love it, though.
Yeah, right.
Merely don't hate it.
Or it's got to be Monty Python type movie.
Right.
You know,
right.
Something with good humor that's ridiculous.
Smart humor.
Yeah. Smart humor or ridiculous humor, either way.
Both.
Can go either way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. All right. So I mispronounced that Joshua, son of, and I said, I don't know what I said, but it's Josedek.
Okay.
I think I said Jezedek, but it's Josedek.
Sure.
Or something like that. Anyways, tell him this is what the Lord Almighty says. Here is the man whose name is the branch. Remember we talked about a branch?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And he will branch out from this place and build the temple of the Lord.
The man whose name is the branch is going to branch out. That's such...
Yeah, I see what you did there, right? You so clever.
If you didn't see what he did there, then that, yeah. Okay.
I know. I'm like, oh, you're not Amanda Gorman. Right? She was the poet laureate. Yeah. The amazing poet.
Yes.
Okay. This Bible is not that.
No.
Just to be clear. It is he who will build the temple of the Lord, and he will be clothed with majesty and will sit and rule on his throne.
Okay.
Sit in something. And he will be a priest on his throne, and there will be harmony between the two.
Wait, I thought that he was a governor, not a he's a priest and a governor? That doesn't make sense. Because we're talking about the guy that is the son of Jehozadak or whatever the fuck his name is, and he was what is his name? What's the governor's name? I can't remember his name.
Zedekiah?
Is that it?
Zerubbabel.
Zerubbabel. Yeah, I think that's right. Anyway, why is he a priest?
Zerubbabel is the governor, and Joshua is the priest.
Yeah, but they're talking about the branch, and the branch was
the branch.
Governor.
No. The branch is whoever that Messiah guy is going to be, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, here is the man whose name is the branch, and he will branch out from this place and build the temple of the Lord. It is he who will build the temple of the Lord, and he will be clothed with majesty and will sit and rule on his throne. Yeah. So, Christians are like, the branch is totally Jesus.
Sure. No, I get that. But I feel like that was meant for, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering
I think you're
how
wrong.
that, yeah.
And he will be a priest on his throne, and there will be harmony between the two. The crown will be given to Heldai, Tobijah, Jediah, and Hen, son of Zephaniah, as a memorial in the temple of the Lord.
No, to the Jewish people, the branch was Zerubbabel, more than likely.
Okay.
But Christians interpret it as Jesus.
Okay.
So because it didn't actually, happen the way they wanted it to, they had to rewrite shit. So,
yeah. Those who are far away will come and help to build the temple of the Lord, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. This will happen if you diligently obey the Lord your God. The end. Okay. Yeah. I don't know a lot of what happened there except horses and mountains. Horses.
I mean, this I'm going to give this guy full credit. Like, his visions are just, like, they're right up there with top crazy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, flying scrolls, flying baskets with wickedness women in them, with flying women with wings that go build houses for them in Babylonia. Sorry. Mm-hmm. And I mean, just the flying through bronze mountains with 4 colored horses, and I mean,
very imaginative.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. Mm-hmm. So,
but I have a very important question for you.
Do you?
Do you know where horses? Do you know where that comes from?
No.
That comes from Meg Ryan singing A Christmas Carol at the beginning of the movie Sleepless in Seattle.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Horses.
Got it. I mean, I have seen that movie, but I just can't remember where things come from all the time. Mm-hmm. You have like a steel trap memory when it comes to like
Except for when I don't.
People who are in movies and what they say, and like you basically have Ghostbusters memorized.
I can't even take credit for that. That was my family movie growing up. Like, we watched it like over and over and over ad nauseum.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail over and over ad nauseum, but I don't have the full thing memorized. I just can say things about, African swallows, and, I can make, the clapping sound with coconuts and, that kind of shit.
I mean, who can't do that?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's basically it. And, I can make the things with the French guy and beating his head, and then like none shall pass when you get to the, all that kind
merely a flesh wound.
Right. Yeah. And just the basics.
The knights who say neep. Is it neep?
It's knee and then knee. Was it neep first?
I thought it was knee.
I think it was.
I thought it was knee.
They do both.
Oh.
They change it up because they want more shrubbery.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, they trick them. And then it goes on. Then they say something ridiculous the third time. It's like, yeah. If you can reiterate that, like if you can say that, back, then you are a true fan.
Got it.
I am not that level, but I endeavor to be that level someday.
Okay. And on that note,
yeah. Anyway, that was Zechariah Chapter 6.
Sure as fuck was.
And we really are trying to get back on schedule here. So we're really hoping to have another episode out, if not tomorrow, very soon. And I do apologize. It's my schedule that's kind of been screwy, and I just don't have as much time as I used to. So it's been hard to get this all done. But we appreciate you guys hanging in there with us and continuing to come back and just show us how much you love this show, because it keeps happening. You guys keep showing up at Discord. You guys keep sending us emails. You guys keep showing up on Patreon. I mean, it's really humbling to be on our end of this.
It really is, because we feel like we're failing, and then somebody like reaches out, or we get a new patron, and we're like, oh my God.
No, absolutely. And that's part of the driving force of why we keep doing this. So I can't say thank you enough.
No.
So
honestly,
you guys are absolutely incredible.
Yes.
So thanks again, and we will see you next time.
Bye. Husband,
wife,
do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we are doing a long overdue chapter of the Bible, which last time, before we did this one that we're going to do now, we did Zechariah Chapter 6.
Sure as fuck did.
And in that chapter,
yes,
we had like 4 horses flying between 2 bronze mountains, and
right,
but
it was not the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
No, just another 4 horsemen between bronze mountains.
And not the same 4 horses that were in that other chapter.
Right, not those 4 horses either.
Right.
Just some more 4 horses. And then we had a crown made for somebody, whether it be the king at the time, which is what the Jewish people would think, or Jesus.
Yeah.
So there was that. And then I think that was it. There's a branch guy that was going to build a temple, which, that one guy did, that had whatever. Things happened. Shit happened. And some people think Jesus, some people don't. And then, 4 horses and bronze mountains.
Right.
That's pretty much it. So that was Zechariah Chapter 6.
Yes.
Which means that today we're going to be getting into
Zechariah Chapter 7.
Before we do that, though, I do have one announcement to make, and that is that we have a new Patreon member.
What?
Yeah. We would like to send a big shout out to Jazzy B.
Jazzy B.
Yep, and she is a ex-Southern Baptist from the Bible Belt in Tennessee.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Jazzy B's for real.
Yeah. And they wanted to thank us for what we do, but I want to thank you guys for what you do.
No shit.
Bearing with us, listening, supporting. I mean, you guys are absolutely incredible.
Y'all are legends. Absolute fucking legends.
And Jazzy, you are our newest legend, so welcome to the Legendary Legend Club of Legendary people.
Thanks for being a legend.
Yeah, it's legendary.
Absolute fucking legend.
All right, Jazzy, thank you so much. That being said, are you ready to do this episode, which is what again?
Zechariah Chapter 7.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, y'all ready for this? We are gonna read Zechariah chapter 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're almost done with the first section of Zechariah. Remember, the first 8 were the ones that were probably written by him or his
Possibly,
acolytes
right,
or what
yeah.
the fuck ever.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. So in the 4th year of King Darius,
Okay.
you know, Darius the Great or whatever.
Yeah.
The word of the Lord came to Zechariah on the 4th day
It's just going to be another crazy.
of the 9th month,
Okay. All right.
the month of Kislev.
I got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
now you ask your question.
Is this going to be another crazy fucking dream thing that is weird shit?
I don't know, but probably. I had a weird dream last night.
Yeah.
I dreamed that there was this slimy bug that was climbing down the spider web, and it tried to get me.
Yeah.
And I woke up kicking out, and I kicked my craft cart, and it about fell over. And
Yes.
that was scary. It was a scary, slimy bug.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was coming right for me.
Right.
All right. The people of Bethel had sent Sherezer and Regem Melech together with their men to entreat the Lord by asking the priests of the house of the Lord Almighty and the prophets, should I mourn and fast in the 5th month as I have done for so many years? Should I?
I don't know. What is that a thing that they do? I guess that's the thing
If
they do.
I've done it for so many years, should I?
I mean, I would
do
assume
that?
if that's the thing that God wanted you to do before, he probably still wants you to. That would be my guess.
I mean, it's kind of like with the flare. Just tell me how many. Like, no, I don't want you to check the box.
sure, but
Says
like,
the boss.
why is he asking though? Like, I don't know why would you be asking this?
I don't know.
Or is he just not? Is he really not like?
because he's like,
not part of the new fad diets. He likes to. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to do that.
right. He's like, hey, so we've been doing this thing, but we are building the temple or whatever.
Yeah.
Whenever this time
Can we
period
just
is.
eat?
Do we need to fast still?
Right.
Like, what's up with this?
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't mind him asking. I think questions are allowed.
I mean,
Right?
sure. Yeah, I guess it depends on what chapter, book / whatever.
I'm saying in my life.
Yeah, definitely in my life.
Yeah.
Questions are allowed.
I do think that there is such a thing as a stupid question, but I do think that the stupid question, you can go ahead and ask it.
What?
I
Yeah.
have asked stupid questions. That's all I'm saying. Don't tell me there's no such thing as a stupid question.
Sure.
Like if the sign says closed, don't say, are they closed? That is a stupid question. Don't you think?
Well, what if it's like the middle of the day and you're like, maybe they just got the sign wrong or something?
But
It's not
why are
necessarily
you
a stupid
looking at
question.
me like I own the fucking shop and saying, do you think they're closed? Oh, I don't know. What do you think? I don't know any more than you do. Why are you asking me? Do I look like a fucking shop owner? All
Maybe-
I know is I know as much as
Maybe
you
there's
do.
not stupid questions. There's just asking stupid people. Kidding.
I don't think that I'm stupid.
No, I don't either.
I think that I'm annoyed when somebody asks me a question.
Right.
That, like, how could I like, it's a rhetorical, like, who are you asking? You're looking at me, but you're not really asking me because you know that I don't know the answer.
Right.
You know?
You're saying this like this is something I've done.
No, I'm looking at you and I'm seeing this, and you are representing the general populace in this conversation,
okay.
who I have been in conversation with, and this has happened.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, there is such a thing as stupid questions. Go ahead and ask it, but do be prepared to reap what you sow. I may say, that was a stupid question, but thank you for asking.
Personally, I think that's rude.
Well, I do a lot of rude things, and that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also wear blue lipstick sometimes,
Yeah,
and you hate it.
I do.
But this is self-confidence, is wearing it in spite of how much you hate it.
Right.
And I don't do it all the time.
No.
I don't do it hardly ever, actually. But when I do it, boy, do you hate it.
Yep.
All right. So anyway, he's like, do we still have to fast? Then the word of the Lord Almighty came to me. Zechariah, I guess. Ask all the people of the land and the priests, when you fasted and mourned in the 5th and 7th months for the past 70 fucking years, Was it really for me that you fasted? And when you were eating and drinking, were you not just feasting for yourselves? Are these not the words the Lord proclaimed through the earlier prophets when Jerusalem and its surrounding towns were at rest and prosperous, and the Negev and the western foothills were settled?
I don't know. Is this like the doing it to do it sake type thing?
Yeah. He's saying, I mean, you're supposed to do it, but don't just wear the flare because that's the restaurant rule for its wait staff.
Yeah, you're supposed to believe.
You gotta believe. And
right.
So when Jennifer Aniston asks, but how many pieces of flare? That's the wrong question. You should say, what's the limit? Because I am so excited to be here and wear all the flare.
Except for that's corporate America. And
yes.
No.
Right.
And also this is God and no.
Yeah. Also cult.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. If you are excited to be there, that feels like the wrong attitude.
Sure.
Honestly. Because it's not exciting to fast. You know, it's not exciting.
Well, if you have, I want to step back a second, because if you fully believe in God, and this is a thing that brings you closer to your God, I could see how that would be exciting for somebody. It's a fervor. It's a It's
fervorous. I don't think I don't know. I just don't know.
I can't put myself there, but I can see how someone might if they were. I mean, let's just step into the religious person's shoes and be like, I believe in God, right? And that's a fantastical belief that if you believe it, I mean, you have to make some large leaps of logic there. And so if you're doing that already, you believe that this guy is like real. This fucking magical entity is real.
You're right. I'm having a very hard time because here's my thing. If my mom calls me and is like, hey, do you want to go to church with me on Sunday? Like, that's the last thing I want to do, and I cannot even fake excitement. Right? Like, zero excitement.
Well, yeah.
But when you sent me a screenshot that showed that you got me tickets to see Josh Johnson when he comes through Dayton in Ohio, Dayton in Ohio in July, that was pure excitement.
Yeah.
My eyes are still aglow.
Right.
All aglow, as the Christmas Carol goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my eyes are all aglow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so see, it's just like you seen Josh Johnson.
Yeah,
Josh Johnson.
You don't even know. You bought us tickets and you don't even know his name.
I mean,
oh my God.
Yeah, no, I don't.
He's funny as fuck.
So you've told me multiple times.
I've even showed you clips of him, and you've seen him on The Daily Show. You know him, but you refuse to allow him to stay in your head. That's frustrating.
How many things do I allow to stay in my head?
None of the things that are fun and good to me. Like, you remember mundane details like skid numbers and fucking tracking things and I don't know.
Numbers do stick in my head.
Yes, they do.
Right.
And they do not stick in my head.
No, they don't.
All right. So anyway, God's like, I mean, yeah, you're supposed to fast, but, not just to check the box.
Right.
Okay. And the word of the Lord came again to Zechariah. This is what the Lord Almighty said. Administer true justice. Show mercy and compassion to one another. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless, the foreigner or the poor.
Wow.
Do not plot evil against each other.
Huh.
Oh.
This is interesting.
I feel like somebody did not read the Bible correctly.
Right.
That is leading our country and claims to.
Well, I feel like even God didn't read the Bible because God's said, and done things differently in the past.
Yeah.
So.
But specifically right now, when America is oppressing the widow and the fatherless and the foreigner and the poor.
Right. Well, pretty much everybody.
And plotting evil against the entire country.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah.
Those Christians in leadership.
I would have never blamed Trump for being a Christian.
Oh, no. No. He's a liar. He's a fake and a liar. But anyway, they refused to pay attention. Stubbornly, they turned their backs and covered their ears. Yeah, I can oppress the fatherless and the widows and shit if I want to. I like being a mean bully. They made their hearts as hard as flint. That's pretty fucking hard.
Yeah.
And would not listen to the law or to the words that the Lord Almighty had sent by his Spirit through the earlier prophets.
Yeah.
So the Lord Almighty was very angry.
I mean, that happened. That happened. He sent them away.
Yeah.
They went to Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
And then now they're back.
Yeah. When I called, he said, they did not listen. So when they called, I would not listen, said the Lord Almighty. I scattered them with a whirlwind among all the nations where they were strangers. The land they left behind them was so desolate that no one traveled through it. This is how they made the pleasant land desolate. The end.
I see.
Wait. They did it. I did it, but they did it. You made me do it. You made me punch you in the nose.
Yeah, well,
said the abuser to the victim that he just abused.
The mantra through the whole fucking Bible. Like he's like, well, you guys suck, so I did this to you. And
like we were just now watching Deep Space, no, not Deep Space, Voyager, Star Trek Voyager, and it was season 6, the season ender?
Yes.
Into season 7?
Yes.
And the Borg Queen, right?
Yeah.
She's like, I'm going to blow up another Borg cube.
Right.
And I'm like, okay. And then Janeway's like, go ahead, I don't fucking care.
No. She had some qualms about it.
She was sad, but the Borg Queen was like, you're making me kill all these people. And all I could think was, no, but you're doing it. Janeway can sleep fine tonight. Like, she's not killing the people. You are literally like, if you don't play games my way, I'm gonna blow up a whole cube of my drones. Like, what? And blame you.
Right.
You're killing the drone. I'm pushing the button and I'm going sing-song voice.
You're making me do it.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's not how that works, bitch.
Right.
If you push the button and you're doing it with a na 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 voice, you are the murderer here. You're the crazy Looney Tune murderer. You're the psychopath.
Yes.
Yes. And that is what
applies to God.
Yeah, God is a Borg queen. And there we have it. The end.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. That was Zechariah Chapter 7.
Sure as fuck was.
And we will attempt to be back soon for the next chapter, which will be
Zechariah Chapter 8.
We'll see you then.
More Borg Queen.
Bye.
Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we are coming back from a long regular episode absence.
I would call it a hiatus, maybe?
Yeah. Well, we've been doing that a lot lately.
Yeah.
And we do sincerely apologize. We've actually, just today, we set up a podcast studio in our basement.
Studio's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
We set up a place for us to go to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's fun. And we are looking forward to maybe making this a little bit easier on ourselves to have everything kind of compartmentalized for ourselves. So we're trying to get back on track here. And that being said, the last time we did a regular episode, we did Zechariah Chapter 7.
That is correct.
Yeah. And in that episode, we had God telling people who were asking if they needed to continue observing rituals that it wasn't the rituals. It wasn't the God snacks that they provide. It was the heartfelt mess, like they made the intent. Yeah.
There was a Paula Abdul song called "It's Not What You're Doing, It's What You're Not Doing, Baby," and that's what God is singing to them. Right.
Only when God sings that, He starves them to death and scatters them and kills them.
Yes.
So that's the difference between Paula Abdul and God.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever needed to know.
Right.
Yeah.
I was curious, so I looked it up. What's the difference between Paula Abdul and God?
It's common search term.
I mean, I didn't even have to finish the question.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Autofill.
So that was Zechariah Chapter 7.
Sure as fuck was.
Means that today we're getting into
Zechariah Chapter 8. I can hardly wait.
All right. Let's do this.
Okie All right, we are hopping into Zechariah Chapter 8.
Okay.
Oh, Zachy, you can come out. The word of the Lord Almighty came to me.
Did it?
It sure as fuck did.
It seems to do that.
This is what the Lord Almighty says.
Okay.
I am very jealous for Zion. I'm burning with jealousy for her.
for her?
I'm burning,
his jealousy?
Yeah.
But he says he's burning for
Yeah, he's
Zion.
burning for her.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
he's burning up. He got a fever of 100 degrees.
Yeah.
You know? This is what the sovereign Lord says. I will return to Zion and dwell in Jerusalem.
Okay.
Then Jerusalem will be called the faithful city, and the mountain of the Lord Almighty will be called the holy mountain. Boom.
Because that's going to matter to all those people outside of Zion that don't worship God. Yahweh.
Remember how there used to be maps and like what you wrote on things of maps mattered, but then everything went digital and we use GPS, and now it's hard to find maps at the gas station?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think on the maps that used to exist that you can no longer buy at the gas station that it said faithful city or holy mountain?
I doubt it. Yeah, no,
Me
probably
too.
not. And I would bet that if you were in a different land like Canaan or something, they'd be like, not calling it the faithful city.
Right. It probably says Jerusalem on the
Right.
map.
That'd be my guess.
But guess what I learned recently?
What did you learn?
They do still make paper maps.
I
You
know.
can order
Yeah.
them from Amazon.
And you did.
And I did.
Yeah.
I did. I'm trying to like put together a little stash, a little go bag just in case, you know.
Right.
I wanted a map of the area
Yeah.
just in case. The zombies are going to get me,
Right.
but at least I'll know where I am.
That's right.
This is what the Lord Almighty says.
Okay.
Once again, men and women of ripe old age will sit in the streets of Jerusalem, each of them with cane in hand because of their age. The city streets will be filled with boys and girls playing there.
Okay. So
Okay.
people are going to grow old and
And-
kids are going to play. Okay.
And they're going to say, children behave. And that's what they say when we're together.
Well, you are very musical tonight.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what the Lord Almighty says.
Okay.
It may seem marvelous to the remnant of this people at that time, but will it seem marvelous to me? Declares the Lord Almighty.
I don't know. Will it seem
Probably
marvelous
not.
to you?
It'll probably be like nothing.
Wouldn't-
He's like,
is it-
shucks, twerk,
I'm not really
nothing.
sure I'm following here. Like they're doing the right things and he's not going to be.
No, he's like, y'all gonna think it's so amazing, but it's nothing to me because I'm awesome.
Oh, I see.
I'm magical, you know.
it's nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what the Lord Almighty says.
He's saying a lot.
He says throughout
Right.
this post
Yeah.
a lot.
This
Yeah.
has to be, there was other sections of the Bible that we read that it said that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the sovereign Lord says. This must be written in the same time frame.
Right? It
You know,
feels
because like I
it.
feel like sections of the Bible that we read are very distinguishable based on like
Style.
the words that they use for certain things.
Word
So,
choice and style.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will save my people from the countries of the east and the west. I will bring them back to live in Jerusalem. They will be my people, and I will be faithful and righteous to them as their God.
But you sent them
Hybe.
to those people.
I'm going to bring them home. Don't worry about it.
I love how he abuses them and then he's like, and now I'm your savior. I'm going to protect you from those people I sent you to.
It's like if you pissed off the lion, right? And then so the lion came and attacked people.
Right.
And you're like, don't worry though, I brought the Band-Aids. Aren't you glad I brought Band-Aids?
Right.
Like,
no, not really.
I would be glad
Could you
if
stop
the lion
fucking with the goddamn lion?
ate your face off. That
Yeah.
would be cool.
Right.
Yeah. This is what the Lord Almighty says.
Again.
Mhm.
Yep.
Now hear these words, bitches. Let your hands be strong so that the temple may be built.
Okay.
This is also what the prophets said who were present when the foundation was laid for the house of the Lord Almighty. Before that time, there were no wages for people or hire for animals. No one could go about their business safely because of their enemies, since I had turned everyone against their neighbor. You know, Hybe.
Well, at least he owned that he did it, you know, so that's good.
But now I will not deal with the remnant of this people as I did in the past, declares the Lord Almighty.
For now.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? I might change my name.
Tomorrow's
my
a whole
mind in
different
5 minutes,
ball game, you know?
Right?
Yeah.
The seed will grow well. The vine will yield its fruit. The ground will produce its crops, and the heavens will drop their dew. Dew like the dew on the grass, not the doo-doo in the butt.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will give all these things as an inheritance to the remnant of this people. Just as you Judah and Israel have been a curse among the nations, so I will save you, and you will be a blessing.
They've been a curse, huh?
You've been a curse. You know how I always be cursing you?
I get, yeah, right, yeah.
Do not be afraid, but let your hands be strong. This is what the Lord Almighty says. He says.
This could be a lot shorter if they just leave all those letting us know that the Lord Almighty is saying it.
Right. He said. He said.
Yeah.
Okay. Just as I had determined to bring disaster on you and showed no pity when your ancestors angered me, says the Lord Almighty, so now I have determined to do good again to Jerusalem and Judah.
That's nice.
Aren't I a nice God?
No.
Yeah. Do not be afraid. These are the things you are to do. Okay. Ready?
I don't understand how you can not be afraid.
Right.
This fucker has fucked you up so many ways.
Saying to be afraid always.
Yeah. And that's like one of the things, right? You're supposed to always fear the Lord, right?
Never not be afraid.
Right. Yeah. So how can you not be afraid?
Right.
You literally, if you aren't afraid of him, then he'll come and make you afraid.
Yeah.
And if you are afraid of him, he'll still come and make you afraid.
Mm-hmm.
And then he tells you not to be afraid, but you should still be fucking afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, just based on the stories I've heard.
Right.
So I don't buy it. This guy's kind of an asshole.
He is a sanctimonious narcissist.
Yeah.
Okay, he's giving you rules. Here's what I want you to do. Ready? I'm God. I'm telling you what to do. Ready?
I'm ready.
Speak the truth to each other.
Okay.
And render true and sound judgment to your courts.
Sure.
In your courts.
Okay. Yeah.
Do not plot evil against each other, and do not love to swear falsely.
Do not love to swear falsely.
Yeah, don't love that.
So you shouldn't enjoy swearing falsely.
Yeah, stop it. Stop doing that.
Okay, so you shouldn't enjoy lying.
Right.
Okay.
I hate all this, declares the Lord. I thought there's no hate in the Lord.
Apparently there is. There is, yeah.
He hates when you swear falsely and enjoy it.
Right.
It's okay if you swear falsely, but you better not fucking enjoy it.
You remember when he chopped part of their hearts off to make sure that, or like he did something, he injected something into them to make them like follow the God's word at one point? Whatever happened to that? Like, how are we back to like they're not following his, like, I just don't understand. He's done so many things to where he's like fixed it permanently, but then it's never fixed fucking permanently. It's always just like a temporary bandage, and they're on to the next fuck up, and then he fucking punishes them again and kills them again, and then says, I'm gonna fix you again. And that's like the whole fucking premise of the Old Testament.
It's kind of like people are computers and he just kicks it to make it work. And then he's like, fucking computer. Right. But the alternative is to throw it out and get a new one.
It's more like an old Nintendo where you got to blow on the cartridge and like shake the machine around a bit, you know? Or the old TVs you had to hit them to make sure that they got the good picture.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
Adjust the antenna.
We just lost half the young crowd here if we got any of them.
Did you ever have your dad like tell you stand right here?
Yeah, I've told people to stand right there.
Yeah. Kids, ask your parents what the fuck we're talking about. All right. The word of the Lord Almighty came to me.
This guy, like, we get it.
Yeah.
The God
what
guy,
am I about
he's talking
to say?
This is what the sovereign Lord says.
This is what the Lord Almighty says.
Oh, well,
Close enough. Yeah. The fasts of the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 10th months will become joyful and glad occasions and happy festivals for Judah. Therefore, love, truth, and peace.
Okay.
Yeah. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Many peoples and the inhabitants of many cities will yet come.
Oh, okay.
And the inhabitants of one city will go to another and say, let us go at once to entreat the Lord and seek the Lord Almighty. I myself am going. Want to go? Hey, what you doing this weekend?
Social.
It's a mixer.
Yeah.
It's, are you going to the dance this weekend at the Praise God? Yeah, me too.
But only because he might kill us.
Right.
I mean, I'm just
saying. Do you want to go not get killed maybe with me?
We should try to be happy and truthful, because otherwise we're fucked.
I mean, I generally try to be happy and truthful anyway.
Right. I'm just saying, though, like, that's what these people had to, like, this is what you're hearing from your God. Mm-hmm. If you're not these things, I'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
Right.
You better fucking
also,
be happy.
Don't be fearful, because but, you know, fear me, because if I don't, and like, it's just, the whole message is fucking stupid.
Be happy or I'll kill you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And many peoples and powerful nations will come to Jerusalem to seek the Lord Almighty and to entreat him. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Okay, I'm closing it up. Ready?
Okay. All right.
In those days, 10 people from all languages and nations will take firm hold of one Jew by the hem of his robe and say, let us go with you because we have heard that God is with you. The end.
10 people from all... Say that one more time?
In those days, 10 people.
10 people.
From all languages and nations.
From all languages and nations. So like 10 each from each language and nation? Is it each language and nation? Or just like
10 languages and nations.
Right,
and one each from 10.
Was there only 10 nations? Was there only 10 languages?
Maybe I'm going to say it's 10 people from each language and nation.
So they had the Native Americans there.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
The Incans were there.
Absolutely, 100%.
Aztecs, all that.
All the people in the Americas,
whatever it was
that hadn't been discovered.
Yeah.
Now, don't forget, apologists say they meant the world as they knew it. That as they knew it is understood. You're just supposed to just magically know.
Except for we still use this fucking book and it hasn't been updated.
Right.
And we're using it in the land where those people existed. So.
And you told me to read it literally, fucker.
Well, I'm just, if we're now using the same book and it hasn't been updated by God, and we're living in the land where he didn't even know about it,
right?
It doesn't seem to apply.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be relevant.
Like, which one is it?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So anyway, So 10 people from each nation and language.
Yeah.
Which, oh my God, do you know how many languages are spoken in the United States alone?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
And you know who we have to thank for that, right?
God?
I mean, he knocked down the Tower of Babel, right?
Yeah.
So he fucked it all up in the first place.
Yeah.
So,
I was going to blame Trump, but...
I think everything is just God's fault. Everything is God's fault.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, God.
Well, that's it.
Okay.
That's all I got for chapter 8.
So we made an episode. We did an episode. We got it done. And we finished it and we posted it.
Yeah. And we did it in our new not studio.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it the unstudio.
It's really fucking trash.
It's so janky. It's jankier than our living room.
But you know what? We love it.
And it's ours.
Yeah.
It's fun.
And it's a place to go to do it.
Yeah.
So.
We feel like we went to work today.
Right. And there's less things to distract us down here.
That is true. And the cat's not down here.
Right.
And kid can't come in the middle.
Yeah. There's a lot of pluses to it.
Yeah.
So thank you everybody for hanging in with us. We are going to try to be more regular.
Like
as far
a
as episodes.
schedule.
Yeah. Right. And one thing I should have announced this during the intro, but one thing I'd like to announce is that on one Sunday a month, which it will be this coming Sunday, we're going to be doing a live Patreon episode at 2 p.m. Eastern. Yep. And this is specifically for anybody that wants to join, obviously.
Right.
But it's specifically for some fans that we have that used to be at our lives that are overseas, and it's hard for them to make the lives when we have them at 10 p.m. Eastern. So that's why we're doing it. Yeah. We really miss some of our fans that were showing up for the Discords, and we want to make this more accessible to everybody. So if you aren't on Discord yet, please hop over there. The link's right on our main page on our website, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. And we always have a link in the show notes. So just click it, go there. Everyone there is very welcoming and friendly. Lately, our schedule's been a little bit wacky, so we haven't been joining in chats as much as we'd like to, but it is the one place that we do show up more often than other places.
Right.
So
if you're going to catch us chatting anywhere, it's there. And definitely during our live Discord events.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the live is just such... it's so much fun.
Yeah.
You really should come and join us. And then we're going to try to get on a more regular schedule. So we'll hopefully be back tomorrow with another episode, which would be our
Q&A.
Yes.
Not on Saturday.
Not on Saturday. No. So that being said, we'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we are going over a Q&A.
We are. Do you know what chapters we're covering?
I can't tell you because it's been so fucking long since we read the Bible.
It's Zechariah chapters 5 through 8.
Okay. All right. And it's not a Saturday, so this is not a Q&A Saturday.
It's Q&A, not on Saturday, probably never again.
Except unless we're lucky to
Right.
end up on a Saturday at some point.
And you can bet your bottom dollar I'll be really excited on that day, I can tell you.
Yeah. So you got some good questions and answers for us today?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And I have some, I have some good info.
Well, all right. That's a better answer than I normally get from you.
Well, yeah.
All right. You ready to do this?
Yes, I am.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, we are going to get into this Q&A of Zechariah chapters 5 through 8.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you remember why I was so emphatic that we do a 1 through 8? That I make sure that we have that kind of separate and demarcated off from the rest of the book of Zechariah?
Yeah, because the first 8 chapters are generally considered the only ones that might have been written by Zechariah.
Correct.
The rest of them are definitely not from the same time frame.
Correct.
From what I understand.
Yes. Yes. As you said, the first 8 chapters are most likely authored by Zechariah, since he is explicitly named as having done so and is the prophet delivering the word of the Lord.
Right.
Okay. That doesn't always mean anything, but the first 8 chapters are firmly dated, structured, and grounded, like with events and everything.
Right.
They took place around 520 to 518 BCE during the reign of Darius the First, or Darius the Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
They were written in the post-exilic period during the early Persian period, shortly after the Babylonian captivity.
Got it.
And Zechariah is working alongside Haggai to encourage the rebuilding of the second temple in Jerusalem.
Right.
And he's focused on the restoration of Judah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all of this is happening.
Right. That all tracks with what we read. Yep.
Mm-hmm. These first 8 chapters are very apocalyptic and visionary in tone.
Yes, they are.
Featuring symbolic dreams, angelic interpreters, and divine promises.
Yeah.
That is not what we're going to see in the coming chapters.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I will get into that at the end here just to give you a taste of what's to come so that you are prepared for the vast difference.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But characters like Joshua, the high priest, and Zerubbabel, the governor, are very prominent in these first 8 chapters.
Yeah.
Historical figures that were involved in the restoration.
Right. It's like a historical accounting, essentially.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. And the emphasis is on repentance, purification, hope, and the coming of God's kingdom through restoration rather than violence. And again, we're going to see a very dark turn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, the things, and the reason I'm going over this is because this also serves to sum up, the 8 chapters as a whole. Okay. Before I get into the Q&A for 5 through 8, I just want to kind of catch us up to where we are since it's been a while.
Yeah.
And these 8 chapters are separate. I think I said that, this is kind of referred to as First Zechariah.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So in those first few chapters, we had the famous 8-night vision or visions.
Yeah.
8 visions in one night is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Yeah.
And that was chapters 1 through 6.
Okay. Yeah.
We had the crowning of Joshua as a Messianic priest king.
Right.
And that was weird because we don't crown our priests.
Right.
That was weird.
Yeah.
But they couldn't give it to Zerubbabel because of
He's
the
just
politics.
a fucking governor or something.
Well, it's the whole politics of the time.
He got a ring, though.
Yeah, he did get a ring. Yes.
Yeah.
We also had oracles of hope, calls to repentance, and exhortations to justice and mercy in the final chapters 6 through 8, which echo themes from earlier prophets like Amos and Isaiah. Okay.
Yep.
So that kind of brings us to where we are with chapter 5.
Yeah.
Okay. And like I said, I just kind of wanted to give a little bit of background there to catch us up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here we are, chapter 5. and he has one of his visions.
Yeah.
Right?
As he does throughout this whole
fucking
thing.
pizza roll. Right? Flies in.
Yeah.
On wings.
Something like that, yeah.
On the wings of love is a pizza roll.
These were some weird fucking visions.
Yes, very weird.
Yeah.
So previously, God gave a promise that the Messiah will remove sin from the land. And this will come either through forgiveness in the case of those who repent, or destruction in the case of those who continue in their sin.
Right.
Okay, and the latter judgment is now pictured in the vision of a huge flying scroll that announces God's judgment on all those who choose to ignore God's law.
Okay.
And it's front and back.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's very important that you know that, because on one side is how they have done each other wrong, and on the other side is how they have done God wrong. Yeah.
I see.
We didn't pick that up, but that was in the notes that I got.
Okay.
They mentioned that.
Was this referencing stuff from the Bible as the reason why they think that, or was that just their opinion? Do you remember?
I didn't note it down, but from what I read, it was mentioned. Like in the Hebrew, one side was this,
so like
and one side was that.
if you dig into like different texts or whatever, or something like that, different interpretations maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's another thing that we have to keep in mind throughout this, is that there are different versions of this story.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
This is very important.
Sure.
The dimensions of the scroll, interestingly enough, that they are given in the text.
Yeah.
They match the dimensions of the porch of Solomon's temple as described in 1 King.
Okay.
Right?
That's weird.
Weird, right?
Although we do know that the Old Testament loves certain numbers too. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything in particular. I wouldn't, but it isn't a weird connection there.
I think because they were like, hey, you know how big Solomon's fucking temple was?
Right.
Okay. So this scroll was so fucking, no, it wasn't as big as, no, okay, you're right. No, okay. It wasn't as big as the temple. Yes, I hear you, but okay, but listen, it was as big as the porch.
Right.
Like, I think it was because everybody knew the dimensions. And so it was like, to give you an idea of how big this was, like to make it huge in your mind.
Sure.
It was a comparison.
Well, and
thing.
maybe also by using Solomon's porch, temple, whatever thing. I mean, Solomon was known as the wisest, right?
Yes.
So like it would give some, like if you're relating it in people's minds to Solomon in any way, it would lend some like credibility and wisdom to the text, maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they couldn't make it as big as the temple, but they could make it as big as the porch, which I just appreciate.
Oh, come on. This is the Bible. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
But I appreciate that they didn't go all the way.
Right.
They didn't go all in.
Right.
They were like, no, we can't make it that big. So this pizza roll, this double-sided scroll.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So it's there. So because it's there, no one has any excuse, because the scroll is large enough for all to read. And it flies over the whole land so that all can see it.
Did it fly really slowly so you could read it? And did it flip over like when it was flying?
That's what I wonder, because
I mean, like, just saying.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I can barely read like the fucking like the planes that fly over with their things,
Right? And if there's a list, like I have to cover part of the list because my eyes accidentally like glaze over. Like I can't pick out data if there's too much of it.
Right.
So, yeah. So, I mean, it could fly and be big all at once, but if you don't hold still and let me, have a few minutes.
Like, dude, couldn't you just Xerox it and like give me a copy? Because that would be a whole lot fucking easier.
You are God.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you can make a 20-foot scroll fly through the air, you can sure as hell get me a copy. That's small. I think that could be managed.
I think that
could be,
And I don't think that's a big ask.
Right. No, you should be able to do that, man. Yeah.
So whether wrong actions are directed against God or against others, the wrongdoers will not escape punishment. Okay? Since everybody can see it, you're fucked. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah. Now, many people believe that the text on the scroll contained the 10 Commandments.
Oh.
That's not in the text. They're just like, clearly it did.
Oh, okay.
Randomly.
I'm not sure where they got that from, but okay.
Let me tell you where they got that from.
Okay.
Because some of the things that were mentioned that was on the scroll is that to steal is to injure your neighbor.
Okay.
And to perjure is to dishonor God because you had sworn in his name.
Now,
and those
correct me if I'm
on
wrong.
Each side.
Yeah. But correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Mm-hmm.
This was a vision that Zechariah had, right? Mm-hmm. This wasn't like an actual event that they recorded that happened in history.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just trying to separate the two in my mind as, how this, they're talking, the apologists are talking about this in a way that.
Yeah. They're like, no, it totally
this
happened.
is how this happened. But I'm like, no, this was a fucking vision. So it didn't happen to anybody except for Zechariah.
In his head.
Right. Yeah. This was a goddamn fever dream.
And you know what? I'll even give you, sure, God put it in there magically. He had a magical vision from God. Sure. But nobody else saw it.
Right.
So it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. Like this sound like they're making up excuses. Like I understand you do your research through the lens of an apologist sometimes, but this just sounds like an excuse to make up things to where people had a better understanding than they actually did.
Yeah.
Because this was all in Zechariah's head from the way I read it. And
he was hardcore trying to get this religion back going.
Right.
So of course he was quoting shit that was from, ages old, the lore.
Well, yeah. I mean,
he was digging in and pulling out the measurements, and
that's what religion is. It's metaphors and some symbolism, and making connections in people's heads with things so that they understand it better. So when you're pulling out things like Solomon's porch and measurements that people recognize, and you're talking about things that were in the 10 Commandments, you're making connections in their brains that are like, oh, yeah.
Anytime you add something new, you 110% have to tie it to something old.
Right.
You can't introduce new stuff without tying it to the old.
Right.
So that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that was, we're still in chapter 5. Okay. That was the first half of chapter 5.
Okay.
Okay. So then he's got another vision, right? The woman in the basket, remember?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So Israel had often fallen into idolatry and sexual immorality as they define those terms.
I think that's pretty much every generation from what I understand. And people always complain about that even today.
Yeah.
So I whatever.
Which is funny because like the men that are like the hardcore Christianists.
Yeah.
With their little Chad wives.
Yeah.
They want to sex it up so goddamn bad and be allowed to just fuck without it being called rape or anything, because they're like, there is no rape if it's my wife. They want to sex it up so fucking bad. They are the sex freakest freaks. But then they're like, don't be no sexual deviant.
Well, you've seen the images where they show the Bible belt overlaid with the porn belt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They basically match.
Yeah.
Because repressed ideas about sexuality cause people to think in unhealthy ways about sexual relationships.
Right. And I'm not here to kink shame anybody if porn is your thing or if you are a sex worker, whatever.
No, I'm not shaming people. I'm saying they view sexuality in a very shameful light, and therefore they go behind closed doors to,
get the deed done.
Right. Yeah. It's an unhealthy way to deal with that.
And
that's what I'm saying.
It causes hypocrisy
absolutely.
The max.
Yeah.
It's just so gross.
Well, and obviously you could go probably even right now to the newspapers and news feeds and find some sort of a religious leader that's done something sexually horrible, and that's because these people are they're repressed. Yeah. And I'm not excusing their actions. They're still terrible, horrible actions.
No, but it does help to understand why they are the way they are. You can understand the psychology without excusing the psychology.
Right. Well, it's part of why I think religion is bad overall. Like that aspect of it is not a healthy way to be.
And I'm not saying that like the opposite extreme. Like I'm not saying you got to go and fuck everything that moves.
No.
Like that's the opposite extreme.
But you have to be able to explore your own sexuality.
Yeah.
You have to be able to
consensually.
Right.
And yeah.
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 It's like I always relate it to this. Like it was the funniest thing. My brother went to Europe when he was younger, and he came back with a bottle of Jack Daniels. He was like in 8th grade. But like the rules over in Europe were like, if you could see over the counter, you could order alcohol, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have alcohol problems like we do here in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's not that people aren't alcoholics. That definitely happens.
Right.
But it's not to the extent that it is here in the U.S.
Right.
And it's because we treat it as a terrible, horrible thing. A shameful thing. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And when you repress something or make it evil or bad, that is what causes people to act unhealthy towards that thing.
Yep.
So it's not that we should accept everything. It's that we should have everything on the table to discuss.
Yes, that's what it is.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's talk about sex, baby.
It's true. It's so true. So, okay. Idolatry, sexual immorality, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right? Therefore, idolatry and everything associated with it must be removed from Israel's land.
Must. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Get those bad sex things out of here.
Yeah.
Right? So in Zechariah's vision, images of greed, materialism, and dishonesty for profit are symbolized by a large container inside of which is a woman. And it's very likely that she is a prostitute.
Oh.
And
okay.
Evil and wickedness as a persona was always associated with the feminine noun.
Right.
And that's why it was a woman.
Well, and then they called the woman wickedness
Iniquity.
or something like that.
Yes, her name was Iniquity.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So the basket was an ephah. It and the lead disc that was the lid.
Yeah.
Those were units of measurement and symbols of commerce. So the basket was like how you measure a regular doohickey of grain.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the woman in the ephah is supposed to represent Judah, which will be visited for its sins. The lead on the ephah, within which the woman was enclosed, represents the wrath of God, bending down the nation in the measure of its sins.
Okay.
And so what we're saying here is the woman represents the mass of iniquity of this nation and the equal measure of punishment that God will bestow.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it was a very
symbolic
vision. And it wasn't just like when we were reading it, we were like, what the shit is this random bullshit?
Well, and it would have made more sense if you were used to these things in your society, right?
Yeah.
Like if we talk about things today, we understand symbolism much better than we would understand symbolism from 2,000, 3,000 years ago.
Of course. I mean, this was a meme for them. This was like this is a 2,500-year-old meme is basically what we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the meme is iniquity is bad and she is, in the basket the size of the measure of grain.
Right.
And the lid is God coming down on it.
I'm just imagining Zechariah telling this dream to people and they're like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
Reacting to it like we might have that's some crazy symbolism, man.
Like good meme.
Whoa.
Oh, yoink, stealing that. Or like the one with the popcorn, like, I'm just watching this unfold.
Right, yeah.
And that's how I would be if you claimed that you had visions. So the container and its contents are then carried away by two more women.
Yeah, with wings.
With wings,
right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because I was like, summer breeze, always?
Sure.
I don't know. What kind of wings?
They went to Canaan, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, they went to Babylon.
Oh, that's right.
Back where the problem started.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
I mean, sometimes it's kind of like the same-ish, but not really. I don't know.
Sure.
Whatever. It's all a mess.
One of those non-Gotti lands. Whatever.
Right. Wrong God. There the woman will be at home among the ungodly idol worshipers awaiting final punishment. They're like, get out of here and go back where you came from. Take your sin. You are sin. Like, take it all with you.
I didn't realize she was waiting final punishment, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
The land of Israel will at last be free of her defiling influence because they got rid of it. So
God's getting rid of that sin. Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm getting it the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was chapter 5.
Okay.
So now we're on to chapter 6. And this is the interesting bit. This is when we get some horses.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 of them, if I recall.
4 of them. Yeah. And,
but not the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
No.
No.
But similar colors.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I did a little bit of a deep dive on these because I was really into the fucking horses. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but let me catch you up. Here's what Zechariah saw.
Sure.
Okay. Having cleared the land of sin, God establishes the kingdom of the Messiah with its worldwide authority. And when we're talking Messiah here, we're still in the Old Testament. We don't know what's to come. Okay.
Right.
They just have some mysterious Messiah guy coming eventually someday.
Sure.
Okay.
And the Jewish people still believe that, right? Like that's still part of their belief system.
Yes, exactly. The final vision begins. The final vision. Okay. It begins with the appearance of 4 chariots coming out from the stronghold where God dwells. 2 mountains of bronze.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the bronze of the mountains from which the chariots came is generally associated with strength and judgment. Okay. That's why they were bronze, like that. It meant something. Okay.
Yeah.
The 4 chariots represent the 4 monarchies or empires. And I'm going to break this down for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The horsemen of Zechariah chapter 1 were observers out on patrol. Do you remember that? Like they were standing in the myrtle or whatever.
Right.
Like standing in a fucking ditch.
Yeah.
So they were just observers. They were just witnesses. They were like scouts for a recon mission. Okay. Whereas these guys, these 4 chariots and their horses seem to be hostile agents of God's judgment.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
They are emissaries of his war against the earth.
Oh.
Okay.
This sounds very much like.
No.
Okay.
No. They are scary messengers, though. They're not doing the harm. They're just going to tell you about it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. But I thought that's kind of what the 4 horsemen do.
Neither of these sets of horses are to be confused with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse mentioned in Revelation, because those are chaos agents of judgment who bring destruction with them.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Fair.
So we've got recon in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Now we've got, I have some words for you, sir, my good sir. And then at the end of the Bible,
right,
as a whole,
they bring that shit.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let us not forget too, these are believed to be angels because they are forces of God.
Sure.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the first chariot were red horses. Like this is in the text. Okay.
Yeah.
And that represents the empire of the Chaldeans, which overthrew the empire of the Assyrians.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the second chariot were black horses. Cyrus, at the head of the Persians and the Medes, brought devastation and death to the empire of the Chaldeans.
Okay.
And that was called the North in many parts of the Bible.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is important because we talk about we're going to say that the black horsemen went north.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the third chariot were white horses. The empire of the Greeks, founded by Alexander the Great, which destroyed the empire of the Persians. Alexander was splendid in his victories and mild towards all that he conquered.
Got it.
Okay.
So therefore he gets a white horse.
He gets a white horse.
Got it. Okay.
In the fourth chariot were grizzled and bay horses or dappled horses. It depends on your interpretation.
Sure.
Okay. I also saw it referred to as party colored horses.
Okay.
Like sprinkles or something.
Got it.
Okay. I like to call them dappled. I just like that word.
Sure.
Okay. So the Greeks divided after the death of Alexander. And I think I got into this earlier at one point.
I recall talking about something like that.
There were the Lagidae who attacked and subdued Egypt. And then the other were the Seleucidae.
Okay.
And they subdued Syria under Seleucus. Okay.
Say that 6 times fast.
Right, exactly. So the dappled horses represent the empire of the Romans, which were the Ptolemies.
Okay.
Or the Greeks, which were the Legides.
Got it.
Okay. Of those guys, the Greeks and the Romans, some were good, some were bad, some despotic, some moderate, some cruel, some mild. Thus, dappled. Exactly.
Yeah, got it.
You get me. Okay. So when we're talking about these horses, he mentions them what colors they are, right?
Yeah.
First we've got this, then we've got this, then we've got this, right? Then he says what directions they went. He doesn't mention the red ones when he's giving his directions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he doesn't mention east when he gives his directions.
Okay.
Okay. Also, there's a question about the interpretation, which I will get into here shortly. Okay. He says the black ones go north.
Yeah.
Okay. Then he says the white ones follow. And so some people think that means that they went west because that is the other direction that they would have gone.
Sure.
So a lot of Bibles will say west is where the white ones went.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think, based on what I've read, that I think the white ones went after the black ones north.
Okay.
I'm going to read this and just you tell me what you think.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the chariot speed to the four corners of the earth to spread God's rule throughout the world. God is particularly pleased to see the nations to the north conquered. Yeah.
Right.
For that was the direction from which most of the enemy conquests of Israel came. You know, they're always talking about the wicked north.
They
right?
are, yeah.
Yeah. The north is scary.
Apparently.
Yeah. Israel's captivity and reestablishment in its land was a foreshadowing of the events pictured in these visions. The punishment of the sinners, the removal of idolatry, and the setting up of the Messiah's kingdom. Restored Israel had turned from its sins, put away idolatry, and was now in the process of establishing a God-centered national life once again through the rebuilding of the temple. Okay. Now I'm going to read verse 6 to you. The one with the black horses is going toward the north country, the one with the white horses toward the west, and the one with the dappled horses toward the south.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you notice the red is missing.
Right.
And the east is missing. And it said that our version says toward the west is where the white goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Notice he skipped right over the first horses, the red ones.
Sure.
Right. Those were the first horses that came out of the mountains.
Yeah.
Okay. Their associated empire, Babylon/Chaldeans, they'd already fallen. That's why.
Oh.
So they didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The one that they're associated with is done.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The crimson color of the horses symbolizes bloodshed and cruelty, particularly with regard to what Babylon did to Judah and Jerusalem during the exile. It shows the cruelty of the Chaldeans toward the Jews and the carnage they committed in the land of Judea. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why we don't mention the red ones in sending them somewhere.
Okay.
Because they're done. They already did their thing.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the white horses go west, right? Some translations say go after them, after the black ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Which I already said, right?
Right.
Implying either west or following the black north. The Hebrew word used here can mean after them in either space, meaning direction, or time, meaning sequence. And that's why we're not sure which one. Did they go to the north with the black or did they go west? We don't know. Right.
Yeah.
And why not east? Why is east right out? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. So but a lot of them just translated as they went west because that is the direction we decided they went.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Some commentators and translators interpret this to mean that the white horses are going to the same region as the black ones, north, possibly reinforcing God's judgment or surveillance there. Why send two horses north, you might ask, husband?
Well, wasn't the black horse bad and then the white horse was not as bad?
Well, the horsemen are delivering messages too, though. Like, there's the symbolism of what they represent.
Yeah.
But then there's also the actuality of them doing a thing.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have to keep them separate, even though they're the same thing.
All right.
Okay. So Babylon, which had just fallen or was in the process thereof, depending on your dating of this whole thing, was the symbolic and literal source of oppression. And Magog, which is more apocalyptic in nature, is often tied to future threats from the north.
Okay. All right.
So, and we've talked about before how everything scary and bad came from the north.
Right.
So I think, in my opinion, that the white went after the black north, not the white went after the black west.
But explain why. Like, what is your reasoning for that?
Because, for one thing, the wording, they went after the black.
Right. No, I agree with that.
Okay.
I didn't know, like, what the lead up to that, like, why does that make you think that?
Because there's the phrasing for one thing, right?
Yeah, right.
But also because the north is scary and bad, you got to send them both north.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Like, there's just so much bad happening. And Magog, we've got that scary monster Magog in the future.
Right.
We don't know what the fuck's happening. It's all scary right now.
Sure.
Like, they're very, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like the white horses went north.
Okay.
I'm very like, oh, God told me in a vision. No, I just feel like that makes more sense.
I mean, ultimately, we're arguing about a vision
Right.
of horses and where they went.
Yeah.
So just to keep that in perspective.
No, I know.
But,
It pisses me off that, like, they went after, and then they're like, yeah, that means west. And I'm like, but it could mean east. Like, why did you pick counterclockwise as opposed to clockwise?
Well, yeah, no, and that's part of our argument throughout this book is that, like, a lot of this stuff where they interpret stuff is just arbitrary, really. They're like,
Now,
well, I think it's this instead of that. And a lot of times it makes sense, but
once you understand, like,
Right.
maybe they'll come back at me and be like, no, bitch, they read their compass counterclockwise. We know that's why west comes after
sure.
north.
And I'm sure.
And then I would be like, oh, my bad. Okay. Then it's not arbitrary.
Right. And I'm sure somebody has a better answer to this
Sure.
than what we were able to come up with.
Sure.
But I don't know what it is. So.
But I was very curious. And so
Yeah.
I did a lot of looking.
Right.
And this is the best I could find. And my money's on north.
Okay.
That's all I'm
right.
saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And this allows verse 8 to make a lot more sense. I'm about to read you some verse 8.
Got it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Then he called to me, look, those going toward the north country have given my spirit rest in the land of the north.
Those.
Mhm.
Plural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Interesting.
talking about, like, he doesn't mention any of the other directions again.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
He's like, northy, north, 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 north.
Right.
And then I was all like, north.
Yeah.
Tell me the white didn't go north.
No,
Right?
that makes
Okay.
sense. That makes some sense.
Okay. Whew. That was my favorite bit. Okay. All right. So now we're moving into the next bit of chapter 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the symbolic crowning of Joshua, the high priest.
Okay.
Okay. So just as the setting up of the Messiah's kingdom will be marked by the crowning of the Messiah as universal king, so the reestablishment of the nation Israel was marked by the crowning of Joshua.
Okay.
Okay. The crown was made from gold and silver brought from Babylon by some exiles who had recently arrived in Jerusalem.
Okay.
Remember, we were kind of like, why are they giving him this crown made of gold and silver? Like, what? Who cares? They had brought that gold and silver back with them.
Oh,
that's the important bit.
All right.
And I don't remember.
So they're like kind of like reclaiming their
Yeah.
wealth or something, or
not just reclaiming their wealth, reclaiming their legacy
Sure.
and their heirloom, their rights, their all of that.
Sure.
Yeah. So a coronation of the high priest was not only unusual, as I said at the beginning,
Right.
it was downright unthinkable to crown a high priest. Priests were never crowned as kings, and kings were never priests.
Right.
Period. The end.
Right.
Okay. Never happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Second Chronicles tells the tragic story of King Uzziah, who tried to function as a priest and was stricken with leprosy until the end of his life.
Oh,
I remember
yeah,
that.
I remember that.
Yeah. Throughout the history of Israel, God had commanded a separation between church and state, between the religious and the civil leadership of Israel.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and now Zechariah's like, but hear me out.
Okay. Yeah.
God wants church and state to marry each other.
Well, yes and no. I think part of this is that the political powers that were in control at that point were not going to let
Zerubbabel
be,
No, that's
king.
exactly
So
what it was.
There was just a symbolic crowning to give them legitimacy as a people.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So they were like, we can't crown our dude. We will crown our fucking priest.
Right.
Boom.
Right.
Yeah. But it was still just, I don't know. It's gross.
Yeah.
But because the restored nation of Israel was still under Persian rule, the coronation of the Davidic prince Zerubbabel would have appeared to be an act of rebellion.
Sure.
So the Persians, on the other hand, were not likely to object to a religious ceremony marking the restoration of Israel's national life and the reconstruction of their temple.
Right.
So I'm like, yeah, sure, crown some fucking priest guy, what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we don't care.
Yeah.
So that's why they did it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so Zechariah's words spoken on behalf of God further indicate that the crown rightly belonged to Zerubbabel. So everybody knew. Okay?
Right.
Though the words were addressed to Joshua, they did apply to Zerubbabel. It was Zerubbabel, not Joshua, who was, quote unquote, the branch in David's family tree.
Right.
And the royal descendant entitled to the throne of Israel.
Josh was like, I'm just hanging on to this for you, dude.
Yeah, yeah, you can have it. I don't really want it.
Right.
Joshua's rightful place was as the high priest who assisted the civil ruler. The two men, because of the peaceful understanding between them, led the nation in the ways of God. So they were like, okay, this is how we going to do it.
Right.
Half for me, half for you. Yeah, perfect. Okay. One of us got to give up a little bit. No, I know. You give up 3%. I give up 3%. Dude over there that's given all these visions for us.
Yeah.
Zechariah.
Right.
He gets the 6%. And that way we each have given up a little bit of, you know what I mean? They're spreading the wealth. Okay.
Okay.
Zechariah is being their mouthpiece.
Got it.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So their joint rule fittingly foreshadowed the rule of the true branch. The king, priest, Messiah is what,
That's what
Christians.
Zerubbabel was, though.
Yeah.
Like that's what I didn't understand. Like they're talking about this in the apologist circles as this is referring to Jesus, but I'm like, they literally just referred to Zerubbabel
as the branch.
as the fucking branch.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that this is Jesus. And I'm like, no.
But that's because Jesus is also referred to as the branch.
Sure. But
When you
we
get
also
there.
know that when we get to the New Testament, that they did a lot of like backtracking to the Old Testament to make things fit.
Yes, they
so
did.
it's not like that doesn't mean shit to me.
No. And I did not realize, the chapters to come.
Yeah.
I did not realize until I was putting this together.
Right.
I did not realize how much spelunking those New Testament turds did.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little fucking annoyed, to be honest.
The closer we get to the New Testament, the more it's like just popping in there, and it's like, oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, like you
really?
didn't even try. You opened to like the last chapter and we're like, boom, let's take some of this, some of that.
Right.
Yeah. Wasn't there some guy like that betrayed somebody for some coins? Yeah, we got that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to happen.
Right.
I'm like, get the fuck out of here, you unoriginal fucks. Not prophecy, y'all.
Right.
I can write shit back planning in my planner.
But they obviously...
That doesn't make it have happened.
Right. But they obviously put a lot of emphasis on prophecies. So, because these prophecies that are in the end of the book, this is what the New Testament was very much based on.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of... They felt a lot of pull towards these prophecies and the merit they put behind them, right? They felt that these are very legitimate.
Yeah.
So that's what helped create Christianity.
It's just so annoying. Actually, I sent you a podcast episode from a podcast that I just recently subscribed to called Pulling the Thread. And in this podcast, she interviews Seth, what's his name? Andrews?
Yes.
Yeah. And he has a new book out about some of the things that are just like, but that's not in the Bible.
Right.
And it's a fantastic interview. Y'all should listen to it.
Sure.
Really, really good. And he gets into a lot of the not so much, guys.
Right.
Like, I don't mind you quoting your shit at me, but you got to get it right.
Well, and they generally don't.
Right.
You know, like when you have somebody coming at you with religion, they very rarely know what they're talking about in full.
They have so much memorized, though. And I'm like, that's great. You have all of that memorized.
Right.
But you're putting it together all wrong.
They've never really thought about it.
Right.
They've never dove into it to the point where they actually truly understand what they're saying. So that's what the problem is with it. They don't know what they're talking about.
You're like, ooh, so close. So the 3 recently returned exiles who supplied the gold and silver for the crown were apparently witnesses at the ceremony. The crowning took place in the house of their friend Josiah, and the crown was later placed in the completed temple in Jerusalem. There it was displayed as a memorial to those who gave it and as a symbolic guarantee of greater things to come.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah. So that was chapter 6. Now we're in chapter 7.
Got it. Yep.
So we are going to confront the sin of religious hypocrisy.
Okay.
So excited. Okay. This is where they're like, do we still have to fast? Oh my God. So here's the thing though. In captivity, the Jews had instituted 4 fasts to mourn the destruction of Jerusalem.
Okay.
One fast was the month when represented the month when the Babylonians were under Nebuchadnezzar, who laid siege to the city.
Right.
Okay. Another fast was to mark the day 18 months later when the Babylonians broke through the walls and captured the city.
Okay.
And then another one was to mark the burning of Jerusalem and the destruction of Solomon's temple. Okay. And then the 4th one was to mark the final act of rebellion against the Babylonian governor of Judah. This fast commemorated the assassination of Gedaliah, the last Jewish ruler in Jerusalem.
And as we were told at the time, the last Davidic ruler.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. And the massacre of 80 men. So it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that the temple was beginning to take shape, it had been under construction for more than 2 years at this point.
Okay.
A question arose in the minds of certain Jews. With the temple somewhere around halfway completed, should they still keep the fasts that had been instituted in Babylon as memorials of destruction? And I remember me and you going, oh, probably, duh, why are you... Just don't be stupid. Oh my God.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, what? The fact that you're asking means you don't really want to, but they're like, but that was like to commemorate the tearing down. And now we have, like, I didn't put it together. Like,
well, and it's not like religious, practices are they're not scientific. They're just fucking, you're basically doing what God / your priest is telling you to do, you know?
But here's the thing.
Okay.
It's important to note that these additional fasts were not commanded by God.
Oh.
They had been instituted by man.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So they're like, do we still have to do this thing that we told us to do ourselves?
And the answer to that would be no.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
obviously.
Like, y'all are stupid. Y'all ain't even behaving on the off days.
Right.
Like, don't worry about it.
Right. Yeah.
Stupid.
I need you to do the shit that I tell you to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yet because they were traditionally practiced for so long, at least 70 years, they developed a legitimacy of their own.
Got it.
And I didn't know that. Like, I didn't catch any of how all this works.
Well, yeah. I mean, when it was written, that would have been taken for granted, right? Like, that's not something that we're aware of. That was just a tradition that started happening because of the Babylonian exile. Right. Because we didn't live through that. Right.
And it makes sense that they would have done that. That they would have created these ways, these 4 times a year to get together in mourning.
Feel closer to your homeland, to your God, to whatever, right? Yeah.
But here's the thing. Zechariah replies that those fasts had no value in God's sight anyway. Self-pity, not repentance toward God, was what had prompted the people to keep them.
Got it.
So they were indulging, they were wallowing.
Yeah.
Instead of, I mean, that's one way you could look at it.
Sure. I feel like Zechariah was a bit judgmental.
I do too.
A lot of things, so.
I feel like it's when tragedy strikes somebody, and then like after maybe a few years, if the person is still upset about it, and other people are like, "Can't you just get over it? Can't you just move on?
Right.
Build a bridge."
Yeah.
And I'm like, No, everybody mourns in their own time, assholes.
Sure.
You don't get to be the judge of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, but Zechariah's like, no, God says that you're being petty little bitches.
Right.
And I want you to stop crying and feeling sorry for yourselves. I want you to build that shit, and I want you to hurry up and get your sacrifices back on because daddy is hungry.
Right.
I need me some sacrifice goat.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Furthermore, the destruction they commemorated had come about only because they had been disobedient to God's prophets in the first place, according to their own little thing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Through their own stubbornness, the people were driven out of what used to be a prosperous land. So God's like, no, you do not, stupid.
What a terrible thing to believe.
Right?
Because we sucked. We got destroyed.
Right?
And driven out of our lands and whatever. Like, that's one of the things I really dislike about, religion. Is that it makes you feel guilty for things you didn't even do.
The self-hatred of not just you, but your entire ancestry.
Right.
Like, why? I don't want to feel shame I have enough shame and guilt that I should not carry for my own self.
Yeah.
You are going to add centuries of ancestry on top of that I'm supposed to feel guilt for and shame for. Fuck off with that bullshit.
Well, I feel like it was a way to control people, right? If you can get them to feel this way, you can leverage control over them because you have them already kind of in the palm of your hand. Like, well, you feel guilty of this because your ancestors fucked up and God's mad. Yeah,
the only thing worse than shame is hatred of other.
Right.
And dehumanization.
But it's very easy to get there from that shame because it's easy to transfer that shame to hate.
Yes. Exactly. So Zechariah rebuked the people of God for what their fasting had become. Indulgent seasons of self-pity instead of a time to genuinely seek God. Their lives were not right even when they did eat and drink, much less when they stopped.
Right.
A few days of fasting every year was not going to make up for the rest of the year of living for themselves. Everyday obedience would make their time of fasting meaningful, but their neglect of everyday obedience made their fasting actually hypocritical. If their ancestors had been obedient, they would never have needed to fast in the first place.
Those damn ancestors.
And their land wouldn't have been conquered and desolate. Yeah, exactly. You can always.
I hate it when my ancestors fuck me up,
Right?
God.
Tin can, kick it down the road.
Right, yeah.
And now they're finally fuck around and find out. These are the kids that are finding out.
Sure. I guess. Right.
Like in their religion.
Yeah, that's how they take it. That's how they believe it. That's what they're being told.
Right. But every generation is I'm the kid that's finding out.
Well, yeah.
Every generation.
That's because if you don't have guilt and fear of what could and did happen to you, then you're not as malleable as you are if you are very confident in who you are and what you want, what you are able to accomplish. You are going to be very independent. They don't want independent people.
Right.
They want people that will listen to them and do what they ask them to do.
Well, that's interesting because that's what God wants. God wants people who will listen and obey.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you use those exact words that are written on my paper that you're not looking at.
I'm not.
I know. That's interesting though.
Yeah.
So here's the conduct that God desires. Okay. The Jews of Zechariah's day should not repeat the sins of their ancestors. Rather, they should show their obedience to God in lives of active justice, love, and mercy toward their fellows. Okay?
Sure.
They must avoid the temptation to exploit those who, for one reason or another, are disadvantaged. Stop being a dick. Stop screwing each other over. Okay?
Right.
Zechariah described the kind of obedience God wanted, beginning with decent and loving treatment of one's neighbor. The heartless attitude of their ancestors towards the needy was a reflection of a more deep-seated problem, their hardness of heart towards God. So y'all are being nasty to each other because y'all don't have God in your heart.
And this sounds like a great, idea, except that the people that were needy also got punished and sent from their land.
Yeah.
So it didn't, exclude them.
Right.
They got fucked over too.
Right.
Worse than they were already getting fucked over.
And the other side of that coin is, oh, but they probably did something to bring that on themselves. And that's why they are in the position of being needy.
Right, but that's why I hate it when they extol the benefits of being a savior of the needy and all. You know, like you don't really believe this. You're just using this as a way to get people to obey what you want them to do.
Right.
You don't really give a fuck about the poor and the needy.
Right.
You just want people to be not shitty towards other people so you don't have to worry about them.
Right.
Right? Like that's all this is. You're controlling people. It's all about control of the people.
Yes. Because they ignored God's instruction to them through the prophets, God ignored their prayers to him when the enemy attacked. He's like, listen to me, I won't listen to you.
I just think he's a dick.
He is a dick. Yeah. God is a dick, period.
Yes.
Okay?
Hadn't said it in a while. I just felt like I had to, you know?
Yeah. As a result, they were taken into foreign captivity. You know, that's what you get.
That did happen.
That's what you get.
I guess.
You know?
Yeah.
When you do not listen to God and you have an Asherah pole in your pocket, you get sent to foreign lands, and that's what happens to you.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds legitimate. Yeah.
So that was chapter 7.
Okay.
Now we're in chapter 8.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is where everything's going to be magical and roses.
Oh, that's great. I love it when things are magic and roses.
Yeah. God promises the continuance of his favor to those who are returned from captivity. It's so wonderful. You know, we've got this golden bridge or whatever and unicorns dancing across it.
Yeah.
Charlie. Zechariah goes on to outline the blessings that will come to Jerusalem. Yeah, they're going to come when God dwells there. I know that wasn't even a good come.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. Yeah. I just wanted to say it because I had to fuck up the unicorn and glitter stuff happening.
Okay.
Like, it was just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I put an erroneous ejaculation into that comment.
Got it. Okay.
God's love for Jerusalem was the reason why he punished it so severely. This hurts me worse than it hurts you, he said as he punched her in the fucking eye.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
With corresponding zeal, hold on to that word.
Yeah.
He will restore it to a favored place according to his covenant promises.
So just as much as he fucked you up, he's going to bring you back.
I'm going to love you and hug you and squeeze you, said Elmira. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to read verse 2 of chapter 8 in our translation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what the Lord Almighty says. I am very jealous for Zion. I am burning with jealousy for her.
Sure. Okay. I remember that.
Yeah. Now, some translations use the word zealous instead of jealous. The word for zealous in the ancient Hebrew comes from the idea to become intensely red. It conjures up the thought of a face becoming flushed with deep emotion. So this line is supposed to indicate that God is passionately concerned. Not that he's like, I'm so jealous. You always get everything and I have envy and get nothing. It's not envy. It's passionate concern.
Okay.
Okay. So
except that he's been jealous quite a bit throughout the Old Testament.
And it's not envy.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That word is not what you think it means because they should have picked a better word.
Sure.
Zealous would be better. I'm so zealously fucking upset right now. I'm upset with zeal and passionate concern. And I'm really, my face is turning red. I'm so mad. And I care so fucking much.
Sure.
You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So some scholars apply this line to the Jews themselves. They were supposed to be like the spouse of God, but they were unfaithful. They cheated on him with Asherah poles.
Like always.
And so God punished them as an injured husband might be expected to punish an unfaithful wife. Like know.
Oh, okay.
You know the way if I cheat on you, how you get to punish me? You know how in the Bible, I guess that's okay? I've heard that.
Strumpet
and a whore.
I've heard that.
Yeah. If I do cheat on you, no, you cannot actually punish me.
Right.
I won't cheat on you, but if I did,
right,
you don't get to just punish me. That's
right.
Not the way that goes.
No, I'm aware of that.
Moreover, if you cheat on me, I don't get to punish you.
Right.
I did have an ex that cheated on me, and I did kick him in the face with my combat boot.
Did you really?
I did. And I tried to punch him, and it hurt my hand so hard. And then later on, like when we talked about it later, he said he didn't even feel it hardly. The punch was just like a little sting. And that pissed me off so hard. Well, because it hurt my hand.
Of course he's going to say that, though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Maybe it did hurt. But
I know he felt the combat boot.
Right. Yeah, I bet.
Tore his face up.
I bet.
Yeah. And I wasn't just like a punk. I was actually in the army. That's why I had combat boots.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh, I got it.
Okay. So anyways, I'm not saying I will punish you if you cheat on me.
Right. But you might kick me with a combat boot.
I don't have combat boots. At this point, I'm turning 50 this year. So I'd probably just be like, go ahead, I guess.
You'd kick me with your spongy slippers?
No, I'd probably just be like, just clean up when you're done. And wait, just make sure you bring me some more washi tape, like stickers for my planner.
I won't. So
no, I know. I don't have the energy at this point in my life to like go through zeal or jealousy.
Right.
Like I'm tired. I just want to get a good night's sleep.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some people apply that line to the Jews, right? Others apply it to the enemies of the Jews. Kind of like, though I used them as a tool and gave them the freedom to harm you, they exceeded their charge, and I will therefore deal with them in fury, with zeal, and with a sense of vindictive justice. I'm going to punch them in the dick.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not much better, my guy.
No.
Violence is just not good.
Yeah, just stop, man. Like,
just stop.
Be nice.
Stop being vindictive.
Be a good guy. You know what? You have the chance. You have the ability, and shown the ability in the Bible that you could change people's hearts. Why don't you just do that?
Right?
Why don't you just make this better?
Just be
instead
nice.
of being a dick and killing people all the time.
Just be nice.
I don't understand.
Like the putting the words vindictive justice together.
Right.
Those words don't belong together.
No,
there
they don't.
There is no justice that has vindictiveness in it.
This is why we don't let families decide the fate of people in criminal justice.
Ah, that's a nice callback to the episode of Star Trek Voyager that we just watched. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Where the families of the victims indeed did choose the punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I understand the want of families to choose punishments.
Right.
But it doesn't make
not
sense
justice.
because it's just retribution.
Yes.
That's all it is. And you can't see straight when you're the wronged party.
Right.
You don't have that ability.
Because here's the thing. The punishment of the person is supposed to be about the person.
Right.
Like, I don't want to say this isn't about you, because clearly it is about you. You were wronged. You were harmed.
Yeah.
Right? So you were wronged. You were harmed. And you need to go take care of yourself now.
Yes.
Bye. Now, while you're over there taking care of yourself, this problem is no longer about you. We've got this bad guy we've got to deal with. And we need to either try to rehab him, or if he's unrehabitable, we need to figure his shit out.
Sure.
And we need to do it in a way that is not cruel or inhumane, even though clearly he did a piece of shit thing.
And ideally, it exists in a world where it is dealt equally across the board.
Yeah, like, can we not have like a white guy that like kills a bunch of people and then walks free versus a black guy who had like some weed in his pocket and goes to jail for life? What about if not that?
Right. Yeah. That would make way more sense than what we do now.
Right. I would like not that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on anyway, God's a dick. Okay. So in the new community of God's people, there will be no place for fear or violence. Old and young alike will enjoy lives of freedom and contentment. Whee! It was like we planned that, but we didn't.
No.
This joyousness and glitter will be greater than they even can imagine possible.
Wow. That's a lot of joy and greatness.
It's making me seasick. Okay, so I'm going to read verses 4 and 5 of chapter 8.
Okay.
This is what the Lord Almighty says. Once again, men and women of ripe old age will sit in the streets of Jerusalem, each of them with cane in hand because of their age. The city streets will be filled with boys and girls playing there, right there in the streets.
Yeah.
You know how they be? Fucking kids bouncing balls off the side of your house.
The old guys with the canes can shake their canes at them.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm trying to take a nap and they're bouncing their balls on the side of the house. Motherfucker. Okay. Because of the difficulty and hardship of returning to Jerusalem, there were probably very few old people in the city at this time. So he's painting like a very like pastoral picture here.
Got it.
You know?
Yeah. Like, hey, you're going to have the chance to grow old because it's going to be so great and wonderful.
Yeah, he's like, la, 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 la. Yeah. And their absence, the old people absence was very keenly felt. Sure. But God promised that all that would change one day, and the young and the old together would enjoy the city in safety again. Well,
you got to figure they just came back from Babylon, right? Mm-hmm. And if you were old enough to, if you were old, like you probably didn't make that trip back to Israel, right? You're just like, fuck it, I've lived here my whole fucking life. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. I'm done, man.
I get it. Like, I'm turning 50 this year. I get it, my guy. I'm not about a hike. You know, I'll stay here.
Like, I got 5 years at best, and I'm just going to just sit here and enjoy it. So
Peace be
I don't
with
want to
you.
come back and rebuild. I already got a place here, so I'm good.
Under his eye, you know, whatever. This was a significant promise and probably seemed a little too fantastic to believe because in Zechariah's time, Jerusalem's walls were ruined. The city was only half built, and the walls wouldn't be completed for another 60 years, and the city was currently not safe and secure for anyone of any age.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, fuck, man.
Right.
Right? Like, oh, this is not okay.
You know, and God could just snap his fingers.
I know.
You know, like,
but
hey.
he likes his people to suffer.
Right.
It's not worth it if you didn't suffer for it.
Yeah.
So, above all, the people will enjoy true fellowship with God. After their years of captivity, they will now begin to experience the blessings that God always intended for them to have. Proportionately, few among the exiles returned to the promised land. Like, we've only got a remnant that came back, and of them, it wasn't the old people. Right. So here, God is promising a gathering from exile to come that would far surpass the present gathering. He's like, not only are there going to be old people and kids, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a fucking party. It's going to be off the hook.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's also going to be a ton of people.
Yeah. They were like saying they're going to come from all over the damn place.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since the people had restarted work on the temple, conditions in Jerusalem had changed. God removed the afflictions of drought and enemy action that he had used to punish them in the past. In their place, he now gives blessings of agricultural prosperity and peace.
That's great.
Again, with the rainbows, you know?
Right.
The foundation for the temple had been set more than 15 years before. Though they faced a lack of resources and opposition, God wanted them to find strength for the work in his promise. Okay. Because he's like, take courage, finish the work. I will bless you. Find strength in your hands is one of the phrases that I meant to copy into here, and I didn't. It's one of the verses is strength in your hands.
Right.
And that's what he meant. He was
what I'm hearing is, I don't give a fuck how hard this is, get this shit done.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. God had allowed a period of difficulty, but he would not allow it to last forever. I love it when the punishment doesn't last forever.
Yeah.
I like it when I was grounded for a week, but I only had to do 2 days because my mom couldn't wait to get me out of the house.
I was going to say, it strikes me that if the punishment did go on forever, that people would get tired of that God.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck you, dude.
I mean, why are these people not tired of this God is my question.
No, I don't quite understand that myself. I'm like, God, this guy has kind of fucked you guys all through your history. So.
Yeah. He's never not been bad, you know?
Right. At least according to your book.
Right.
You know? He's always punishing you fuckers.
Do you have a different version? Because this one is ugly.
It is. It is.
God would bring prosperity and blessing to the once afflicted nation. God wanted his people to trust him. But even at that, God states that the restoration will only be complete when both Israel and Judah are brought back. So
based on that, they still aren't complete.
Right. These blessings will continue and will increase, but the people on their part must continue to behave rightly towards God and towards one another. That's not happening. That's a thing that's not happening.
Right, and that's one of those things where we've talked about like the lost tribes of Israel and stuff like that in the past and different things, but like there's not. It depends on how you interpret it, right? And that's where this whole thing gets muddled, is how people interpret all these messages that are in the Bible, and that's why this is so wrong. If you there is no correct message. You can't tell me that this one's right and that one's wrong, and there's like a million different versions of what is right and wrong in every version of what people believe of this story. You know, and it just that's part of what makes me go, I can't possibly believe in this, because y'all can't even agree on a single fucking message, like even in the same town,
right? Let
alone all together.
Yeah, and I mean, you have this one book, and it's crazy and stupid.
Right.
Like it's not good. It's not good, you guys. Your religion is not good. It doesn't make sense.
Right. Right.
All right. Carrying on. We're almost done here. Okay. Getting done with chapter 8. Okay. So, upon the removal of his judgments, the fasts they had observed during the captivity may now be converted to occasions of rejoicing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, God says, in light of your glorious future, feasting is more appropriate than fasting. In view of all that God will do, the people should not waste any more time mourning over calamities of the past. Stop your crying, bitches. Get to work and party.
Right.
Okay. Work hard, party harder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Instead, they should just look confidently to the future and turn their fasts of mourning into feasts of joy.
What I think is that Zechariah and the priest guy, Joshua and the king probably too. They were like, guys, when they fast, they don't bring us any fucking offerings, and we don't get to eat good. So what if tell them to fucking stop?
Yeah, let's like do party all the time.
Yeah,
because then they always bring extras.
Right,
and I got these big ass pockets in this robe.
Yeah.
So in contrast to the relatively few Jews who were at that time rebuilding the temple and the city, multitudes of Gentiles from far and wide are at some point going to come to Jerusalem to seek the God of Israel. Okay. So I'm going to read you a few verses here, starting at verse 20.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is what the Lord Almighty says. Many peoples and the inhabitants of many cities will yet come, and the inhabitants of one city will go to another and say, let us go at once to entreat the Lord and seek the Lord Almighty. I myself am going. And many peoples and powerful nations will come to Jerusalem to seek the Lord Almighty and to entreat him. In those days, 10 people from all languages and nations will take firm hold of one Jew by the hem of his robe and say, let us go with you, because we have heard that God is with you.
It's funny because we were reading this, and I was thinking to myself that I recall a time when we were reading the Bible earlier on, and they were very xenophobic. Like they did not want people joining their group. But now they're like,
there's only two of us left. We need more.
Well, that, and the world's becoming more of a trade, center. There's more things happening, right?
Yeah.
There's more people.
They're progressing.
Yeah. So they're all of a sudden now they're wanting to accept more people in.
Yeah.
Because not only have they diminished as a group of people, but like this brings them strength. This brings them
more bitches.
Well, that too, yeah,
bitches and riches.
Sure. So
okay, so I read that though for a purpose. Okay, because remember we were like jokingly kind of stuck on like, wait, is that 10 people from 10 languages or 10 nations or like 10 from each nation? Like we were joking, but like the question
was
remained.
Confusing. Yeah.
We're like, I don't know what the fuck that means.
Right.
So so I accidentally stumbled upon the answer to our fake funny question.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So in the immediate historical context, Zechariah was writing in the late 6th century BCE during the Persian Empire. Okay.
Okay.
Many peoples, quote unquote, And languages of the nations, quote unquote,
Right.
would likely refer to the multi-ethnic populations within the Persian Empire, a vast domain stretching from modern-day Greece all the way to India.
Okay.
So that phrase, those phrases would have definitely included neighboring peoples, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Medes, Persians, Elamites, and all the other tribes spread throughout in the Levant and Mesopotamia.
Okay. Yeah.
So it echoes an imperial pluralism, a vision of many nations recognizing Israel's God. As the one, right?
Yeah.
So in context, Zechariah is probably envisioning the known world, not the literal globe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's
right.
Always the case in the Old Testament. Sure.
But a diverse, multilingual human community as they understood it at the time, which was still gonna be massive.
Right.
Because, as you said, they had expanded their understanding of their small little corner.
Right.
Their corner got a little bit big. You know, like when you're playing those games on your phone where you uncover a little bit of land at a time.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened here.
Well, they had been living in Babylon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they, just by the mere fact that they got displaced.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, they had traveled from fucking Egypt all the way to Canaan.
Right.
You know?
Well, that's debatable. But
Sure. I'm playing the game here.
Sure.
Okay?
No, I got it. But I mean, in this time frame, though, they literally were living in a different land and then
they
came
have
back to their own.
Expanded their understanding of geography.
Right. And
a little bit.
Babylon was a big hub of, probably commerce, trade, etc. So it exposed them to a lot of new ideas and new things.
Obviously, because that's why they got in trouble, because their idolatry came from all these other new ideas and new things from all these other people. Sure, but then
things like Zoroastrianism still show up in Christianity and stuff. So
exactly.
They got exposed to it and it was bad and wrong, but then they adopted some of it.
Yeah, and it never went away. The end. Yeah. Okay, so that was on a small level, okay?
Yeah.
But on a theological and eschatological level, the phrasing of quote unquote every language of the nations leans very much into universalism. The idea that all of humanity will eventually recognize Yahweh as the one, right?
Okay.
It anticipates what the later texts, like Isaiah that we've already read and Micah that we've already read.
Yeah.
So when I say later text, not later in the book,
frames.
but later in the time.
Sure.
Yeah. They also proclaimed all nations will stream to the mountain of the Lord.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Christian tradition and even some Jewish traditions read this as a global prophecy, not limited to geography. And yeah, we know that.
Yeah. Well, and this is even this is used in Christianity too, right? I mean, everybody will come to know the Lord. That's a thing that Christians love to say.
They do.
So,
Yeah. But let's get into the 10. That's the bit we were.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So from this view, Zechariah is prophetically glimpsing a future beyond time and space as he knew it. A world where all peoples everywhere seek truth and justice through Israel's God. But what about the 10 men from every language? What the fuck is that about, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So 10 men is symbolic in Hebrew literature, not literal.
Okay.
It's a symbolic number, okay?
Yeah.
It implies a full representative group. It was enough, 10 was enough to form a community, as 10 men were needed for a Jewish minyan. A minyan was a quorum of 10 Jewish adults required for certain communal religious practices in Judaism.
Oh.
So when they said 10 people as a community or 10 people as representatives, it was meaning 10 to represent the whole.
Okay.
All
right.
The image is one of humble recognition, with outsiders clinging to a Jew for divine connection. So it's like a reversal of power. The formerly marginalized will become the spiritual leaders.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how important Yahweh will become.
Yeah, because don't forget, he will always be like, don't let those other gods make fun of me.
Right.
You know?
Well, and God's promising his people something. He's like, hey, because you're like the OG worshipers of me, y'all are going to become like the spiritual leaders of the world.
Yeah.
Like y'all are going to have this important place and my new kingdom that incorporates everybody,
Yeah,
you know?
my umbrella is big and my couch is bigger.
That sounds like a good deal, right?
Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
that sounds like something I want to be a part of.
Okay. I was like, see ya. So in short, Zechariah probably meant the whole known world as he saw it, but the text intentionally opens the door wide enough for universal interpretation. It's a prophetic glimpse of a future where humanity, not just one people, seeks what is just and holy.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm like, if you want to think that, you can.
Right.
Okay. So I already went over why 1 through 8 required a stopping point.
Yeah.
I'm about to wrap this up real quick. I just wanted to bring it home by talking just briefly about chapters 9 through 14, which is the rest of Zechariah.
Okay.
Okay. These chapters lack precise dates, unlike the ones we just read.
Mm-hmm.
They appear to be from a later time period, possibly late 5th or even 4th century BCE.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're talking like 100 or 200 years later.
Well, late 5th century. Well, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I think.
There's a shift in tone and content.
Got it.
These chapters are much more apocalyptic, symbolic, and cryptic. Themes are going to include divine judgment, messianic warfare, cosmic battles,
No shit.
and a future deliverance of Jerusalem.
Wow.
Yeah, I told you it gets dark. They're going to introduce 2 distinct shepherd figures,
Okay.
often interpreted messianically, and then there's the famous pierced one passage.
Oh.
I didn't know it was.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I was like, is it a famous passage? Because I didn't know. The only pierced one I know is the
Jesus.
New Testament one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, that's the one that Christians often link to Jesus.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the chapters to come are less historical. They have less historical grounding.
Right.
They're more prophetic poetry and more like weirdo visions. And they're more concerned with the end times, divine kingship, and universal judgment than with an actual historical restoration.
Got it.
And so that's why that is considered Zechariah 2. And they are definitely separate from what we have just been reading.
Okay. All right.
They were written by different authors or even schools of prophets.
Got it.
So it might not even have been people that were his followers. It might have been an entirely separate school.
Well, sounds like we're in for some interesting stories.
Yeah, I accidentally read, because I was going over like my notes for the coming chapters.
Yeah.
In preparation because, we're trying to get back on schedule.
Right, right.
And it gets dark. Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, you know how the people are always bad? They're bad. They're going to be bad again. I can't even, I'm sorry. I can't even keep the spoilers to myself because I was just like,
you know what? That's not even.
We just came back from Babylon. We're not even in a different book. The temple's not even built.
That's not even a spoiler anymore, though. It's just how the book goes.
It's just how they be.
Right.
Why?
I don't know.
I hate it. I don't know. I hate it so much.
Right, yeah.
This is not Gilmore Girls. I can tell you that.
All right. Did you have anything else to cover?
Fuck no.
Okay. Well, that was our Zechariah 5 through 8 Q&A.
And a little bit of recap of 1 through 8.
Yeah.
Zechariah 1. First Zechariah.
Right. And a little bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
So, thank you, everybody, for joining us today. And we are really going to try to attempt to be back on some sort of a regular schedule going forward. We may fail occasionally still, but
I would just like the record to reflect that my notes are prepared for the rest of Zechariah. So anytime that we do not come down to our beautiful studio, ooh, husband giving me the stink eye.
Well, because even if it's prepared doesn't mean you always want to come down either.
No, that's true.
I'm just saying.
I know.
I know you're about to blame me.
I was about to throw you under the entire bus brigade. It's true. It's true. Nah, it's prepped, but it's going to depend on work schedules and what else we got going on. But it's ready.
Sure.
So we want to do it.
We're ready to roll this out and ready to keep going.
Yes.
and we're feeling a little bit more like we built our studio down here. We got our basement studio we got in, and it's trash, but it makes us feel it's our trash, and we feel good about it.
Look, here's the thing, like it's in the cold basement. So like before we come down here, we're like, oh, I got to put my socks on. Oh, I got to put my sweater on. Okay, do I got everything? Okay, let's go.
Right.
And it's like we're
going to work.
We're going to work. We're going to a different place.
It
down
helps
the stairs.
A little bit, I feel like.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
And it keeps us awake.
It does,
the cold,
actually. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I think that's all we got for today. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you next time.
Peace out.
Wife.
What are we doing today?
Well, this is a special episode.
It's a bonus.
For everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're covering something that kind of came up in our last Discord chat where we were with people and they were talking about stuff when we were talking about the Pope on our last Patreon episode.
Yes.
Now, again, this one's for everybody. So what is it we are talking about today?
We're talking about Pope Joan.
Yeah, Pope
Joan and the Holy Throne.
Okay. And if you don't already join us on Discord, this is done live on Discord every time we do one of these specials, which right now is on Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Correct.
And we are looking to create one on Sundays as a once a month type thing at some point very, very soon. So those are what come join us.
Yes.
Be part of it. It's fun.
Come chat with us and make fun of me.
Yeah, you can find a link right on our website, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, and usually actually in our show notes as well. So check that out. And now, are you ready to talk about Pope Joan?
And the Holy Throne.
And the Holy Throne.
And hole has an E in it because there's a hole in the throne. It is not holy like God-ish.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, we are going to talk about Pope Joan.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm going to give you a brief little intro, and then we're going to pop back a second because then we got to talk about the 9th century.
The 9th century. Okay.
The 9th one.
Yeah.
Not the 8th
the 19th one. Or the Okay.
No, the 9th one. Yeah. Popular and enduring legend from the Middle Ages is what Pope Joan is.
Okay.
Very popular, very enduring.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a time when mysticism and the invention of the witch were running rampant. Okay. The invention of the witch, not the witch itself.
But what about the Witch of Endor? That was in the early Bible. So witches were around.
They were around, but they weren't haunting them.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Oh, so they were demonized more in this time frame.
But
popularized.
Yeah. Okay. Joan was a woman who, disguised as a man, supposedly rose through the ranks of the Catholic Church and even became pope for a very brief period in the 9th century. Okay. All right. But that's why we got to talk about the 9th century, because what all was going on during that time that such a story would even take root.
I totally forget it. Yeah.
I mean, that was a long time ago. That was well before the Challenger exploded.
Right. Yes, definitely.
Sometime between the Challenger and the dinosaurs.
Yes.
Big window, I know. So I'm going to try to narrow it down for you.
Okay. All right.
So the 9th century was marked by the fragmentation of empires and the spread of new cultures and religions. So it was a messy time period.
Sure.
I mean, that's the Middle Ages, right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah. So here's a couple of different things that were happening during that time. Okay. Charlemagne's Carolingian Empire. I probably said that wrong.
I'm sure you did.
Fuck off. It began to splinter after his death in 814, leading to political instability across much of Western Europe. Okay, so Charlemagne, we all know Charlemagne, right?
Sure.
Not Charlemagne the god, who is a rapper guy today.
Right.
We're talking about Charlemagne from history.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So he died, and then that was in 814, and so there was after that, his empire was splintering every which way. Okay.
Yeah.
This fragmentation gave rise to the foundations of modern European kingdoms, such as France and Germany. Okay.
All right.
So it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, also during this time period, Viking raids Viking raids.
Okay.
Intensified throughout the century, targeting coastal and inland regions from the British Isles to the Frankish heartland. Frankish heartland being, modern day France. Francophile France, right?
Yeah.
While their influence expanded through raids, trade, and settlement across Europe, reaching as far as Constantinople and North America, and prompting the construction of fortifications and the payment of tribute. So we've got these Viking raids going on, okay? At the same time that, all of these kingdoms are cracking up every which way.
Christopher Columbus was the first one in North America.
I do not want to hear your bullshittery, because Trump literally just said he's bringing Christopher Columbus back.
Oh,
and I'm
God.
like, you need to fuck off with that bullshit right now. So no, I cannot even.
No, I was just being,
Yeah. So moving on. Fuck that dude. Okay. The Catholic Church was growing in influence during this time, helping to preserve learning and to assert moral authority amid all of this political chaos.
Sure.
Okay, so we've got all these things happening. Feudal structures started to solidify, laying the groundwork for medieval European society. Okay. So, just try to imagine all of this mess across the continent is happening.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
In 9th century Europe, many stories and legends circulated orally, from little town to little town, right?
Yeah.
And they were deeply tied to whatever local culture, religion, and heroic tradition existed, in their little hamlet. Okay?
Yeah.
Here's some examples. We've got the Charlemagne legends, right?
Sure.
So those were tales of Charlemagne and his knights, especially the Song of Roland.
Okay.
Hold on. Which began forming during this period. These stories glorified Christian knighthood and battles against Muslims in Spain, mixing real events with heroic myth. Okay. So, side note about the Song of Roland.
Yeah.
What does the Song of Roland make you think of?
The Dark Tower series?
Bingo.
No, by Stephen King?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Side note, the Song of Roland is a heroic poem from the 11th century, though rooted in 9th century oral tradition, which tells of Roland, a knight of Charlemagne, and his noble but tragic last stand at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. Okay.
All right.
Now, Robert Browning's poem, Childe Roland, the last line of which reads, Childe Roland to the dark tower came, which you'll notice I am not reading off of my paper. I just know from my head.
Right.
Is inspired in part by those medieval legends, including the Song of Roland and Shakespeare's reference to Childe Roland in his play King Lear. Okay, so we've got the Song of Roland, which was just some oral story that eventually got written down in the 11th century. Okay, so it was talked about and passed around in the 9th century, finally written down in the 11th century.
Yeah.
Right. Then we've got Robert Browning seeing all that shit and writing a poem called Childe Roland. Okay. And the Song of Roland.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Stephen King's Dark Tower series is explicitly inspired by Browning's poem. And King blends the heroic archetype and tragic nobility from the Song of Roland and the eerie tone and symbolic quest from Browning's poem, as well as Western gunslinger imagery to create his unique mythos. And he has said that line that I recited, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came, haunted him, just stuck with him. And that one line alone is what inspired him to start the
whole series.
Yeah. The first line of which is something to the effect of, the man in black sped across the desert and the gunslinger followed. Right. That's the first line of the gunslinger. I paraphrased it. I think I got it wrong, but it's something to that effect. Sure. So, anyway, that fascinates me because I'm a huge fan of Stephen King in general and the Dark Tower series in particular. But anyway, so 9th century, going back to that, right? We've got the Charlemagne legends, which is where the Song of Roland started. Yeah. Okay. Then we've got Arthurian legends, which also plays a piece in
this is the same
Dark
time
Tower.
period.
Yeah.
Okay.
Early forms of the King Arthur myth were circulating in Britain and Brittany, though they weren't yet the romanticized versions of later centuries. And by romanticized, I don't mean lovey-dovey hearts. I mean romanticized as in heroicism and chivalry and honor code, stuff like that.
Right.
That's Romanticism. So
Yeah.
they weren't yet the romanticized versions of later centuries. Tales of warrior king defending Britain from invaders were already known during this time.
Okay.
So we've got Charlemagne's legends, we've got Arthurian legends, all of this stuff brewing, not finalized, obviously, as we know them today, but they were just brewing.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got saints' lives. The Christian church promoted the lives and miracles of saints like Saint Benedict, Saint Cuthbert, another name that we know from the Dark Tower series, and Saint Martin of Tours. Martin?
Yeah.
Dark Tower?
Right.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Did I say I was a fan of the Dark Tower series?
You might have mentioned
I did. Yeah. These stories spread moral lessons and reinforced Christian values across the continent. Okay. So we've got all that early Stephen King mythos.
And it occurs
history
to me
brewing.
that without that time period, we wouldn't have, Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
It's true.
So,
it's true.
Was it worth it? Yes.
Obviously, yeah. So let's talk a little bit about 9th century Christianity. Okay, because that's like where we're headed with all of this, right? So religion in 9th century Europe was dominated by Christianity, especially in the West. And it played a very powerful role in shaping both politics and daily life. One might even say that politics and daily life were kind of the same, right?
Okay. Yeah.
The Christianization of Europe, partly pagan regions in general, particularly in Eastern Europe and Scandinavia, were slowly being converted. So that was happening. Okay.
Yeah.
The power of the Catholic Church. The Pope and church leaders were influential both spiritually and politically. Like they were, in charge, large and in charge.
Well, if nothing else was really running shit well, then that leaves the church to take that place, fill that gap.
Yeah, exactly. Pope Nicholas I, who reigned from 858 to 867, and it feels weird that we're in the 80s because when we're reading
going forward,
like when we're reading the Bible, we always say BCE.
Yeah,
and so like I have to do the math. Like I got used to doing like the math backwards, and now I'm having to do it regular.
Yeah.
So Pope Nicholas I, who reigned from 858 to 867, asserted papal authority, and the church was a key stabilizing force amid the fragmentation of that French empire, Charlemagne's empire that I mispronounced earlier, that was crumbling.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we've got monasticism. Okay. Monasteries were vital centers of learning, agriculture, and culture in general. The rule of Saint Benedict guided monastic life, and monks preserved classical texts through careful copying, making monasteries the intellectual strongholds.
Sure.
Like they were your librarians of the day,
Yeah. No, and I think, honestly, a lot of that is the reason why there is such a strong force that is the church. Like these things built up from a very... They held societies together at some points in history.
They were the only organized force at the time, and therefore they were able to hold it together and therefore to hold their own history to account.
Right.
So then we've got I'm going to pronounce this, the filioque, the filioque controversy. And that was the theological dispute between the Eastern and Western churches over the phrase "and the Son" in the Nicene Creed. Okay. The Father and the Son.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got the Eastern, which is the Byzantine, and the Western, which is the Latin, and they're arguing over this.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that strained relations and foreshadowed the eventual Great Schism in 1054. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that was what that split was about or how it started, but yeah, that was definitely a precursor.
Right.
So interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we've got relics, saints, and pilgrimages. Okay. So the veneration of relics and saints was common, with pilgrimage routes forming to places like Rome in Italy, Santiago de Compostela, and local shrines in all the little towns and hamlets. So-and-so died here. Saint such and such passed by and ate dinner here. And it's interesting because we still do that in America, but with celebrities. Like, oh my God, this is the inn that Elvis stayed at, right?
Right.
Or
right.
this is the hotel the Overlook was filmed at, in The Shining.
Sure.
Right? Like, we still do that to this day.
Yeah.
But they're not called pilgrimages. They're just called, like, tours.
No, you could pilgrimage to something like that if it depended on how reverent you felt about it. Like
Sure.
a lot of people feel very much that like going to visit like Elvis things is a pilgrimage.
Yeah.
Because they feel so strongly about Elvis things.
And so they take a tour.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel very strongly about visiting places that are related to like the Wizard of Oz. Because, well, like there's a park that used to exist that's closed down, but you can still see the remnants of it. I would love to go there. You can see the house where the original Dorothy Gale that like...
Where she lived?
Yeah, where L. Frank Baum based his story on.
Okay.
And then also the town where Judy Garland, the actress who portrayed Dorothy in the movie, you can see... the house that she grew up in the town where she was from.
See, I feel like you could call those pilgrimages if you were.
You could
to go on a specific tour of those things. And,
they're personal pilgrimages, though.
Sure,
and that's the difference. Because whereas these were very personal trips, they were personal to each person on a regular route that everybody took together.
Yeah.
So it's not the same. And also a pilgrimage implies religiosity. Sure. So these I would more call tours because you're not like doing this and, treading the path that many have trod before you, to go see this mystical thing that's going to like make you feel attuned to the universe or what the fuck ever.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just speaking off the cuff here. But you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
I don't know. I would call a tour different from a pilgrimage personally.
Okay.
But that's just, it's personal taste.
Sure.
So you call it what you want to call it.
I will.
I know you will. These journeys, another word,
yes,
were acts of piety and spiritual devotion, often tied to miracle stories.
Okay.
So I still say a trip to see where Elvis was is not a pilgrimage. You can call it that, but I don't think that's what it was.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So here's some belief structures that existed during this time period.
Yeah.
Okay. Despite the growing dominance of Christianity in 9th century Europe, mysticism, magic, and remnants of pagan beliefs persisted.
I'm shocked.
I know. Like, you mean as they do today? Holy shitballs. Especially in rural areas and newly converted regions.
Those damn rural areas.
Yeah. So we've got folk magic and healing. That was common. People often relied on charms, herbal remedies, and traditional healers, which were sometimes called the cunning folk. They relied on them for protection, health, and fertility. And these practices blended older pagan customs with newer Christian rituals and created a kind of folk religion, so like a little local belief thing happening.
Yeah.
Which, again, something we still do to this day.
Right.
We do hardcore. Yeah.
But I feel like it was a lot more like you would have found a lot more. They were not as in touch with the greater society because these places were very secluded.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have had the ability to source their ideas out anywhere. So.
No, it's true. It would have been more like this is a fact back then, whereas now it's just like a fad because Madonna did it. Or some shit like that, like that kind of thing.
Sure.
So then we've got pagan gods and spirits. In Scandinavia and parts of Eastern Europe, belief in Norse, Slavic, and Germanic gods still remained very strong. Okay. Mm-hmm. People worship deities like Odin, Thor, Perun, and other gods and goddesses of that time through rituals, sacrifices, and festivals that were tied to the seasons.
Sure.
So that still was a thing.
Yeah.
Then we've got Christian syncretism. Okay. The church often absorbed pagan traditions rather than eliminating them outright. Think like your Easter kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Pagan holidays were repurposed as Christian feast days, like All Saints Day replaced Samhain.
Okay.
And, that's tied to Halloween.
Right.
And that is not to be confused with All Hallows Eve, which is also tied to Halloween, but is separate.
Okay.
One of them is like the night before Halloween. One of them is Halloween itself. One of them is the day after Halloween. And then one of them is the day after that.
Okay.
So we've got 4 separate things that we just tied all of them and said, it's Halloween period. And people that don't know any better are like, it's all Halloween.
And that's why Ohio can never decide what night they're going to hold trick or treat on.
Well, yeah. And part of that is because if it falls on a Wednesday, this is a very churchy area, like church belt kind of thing.
Yeah.
So people go to church Wednesday nights.
Right.
If it falls on a Friday, we've got high school football. And if it falls on a Saturday or Sunday, well, we've got church on Sunday.
Right.
So you can't do it Saturday night because, you got to get up early the next day. And you can't do it Sunday because that's a holy day.
Got it.
So that really limits you to Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday.
Got it.
That's when we usually have our trick-or-treat night, which we call Beggar's Night. Yeah. In Ohio.
Yeah.
Never heard it any of the other places I've lived, ever.
Right.
But we have a Beggar's Night, which may or may not fall on Halloween.
Right.
Very interesting. All right, so then we've got fear of witchcraft and the supernatural brewing.
Okay. Yeah.
While formal witch hunts wouldn't start until much later, people in the 9th century feared curses, omens, and demons. Like, remember last week we talked about like the evil eye and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that was also a bonus episode.
Right.
Church authorities condemned sorcery, but also contributed to belief in the supernatural through stories of saints battling devils or using miracles. So they were both. They were like, nuh-uh, magic totally doesn't exist. And then they were like, oh, magic exists, but it's so evil. And, you have to use God and his, like, heroes and representatives to, like, kill the magic.
With God magic.
With God magic. Yeah, exactly. So they had it both ways. The church tried to have it both ways.
Right.
Yeah, as they always do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we've got mysticism and visions. Within Christianity itself, mysticism was present in the form of visions, divine dreams, and ecstatic experiences. Ecstatic.
Okay. All right.
Monks and nuns might report mystical encounters, often interpreted as divine revelations or battles with evil spirits. Yeah.
Okay.
They were duking it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So we've got all that happening. Okay. So that was just like a general 9th century overview. Let's talk about like women and how they fit into the 9th century.
Okay. All right.
Women in the 9th century occupied complex and varied roles within religious and spiritual life, often more active and influential than formal history tends to credit. And even though I had to include that note, I just want to point out, but still not where it should have been. Like, let's not romanticize that, women did have leadership positions or what the fuck ever. Okay?
Sure.
I don't even a little bit want to pretend that women held roles of equality to their male counterparts. Fuck you if you want me to believe that.
Got it.
Okay?
Got it.
So their roles differed across Christian, pagan, and folk traditions, of course.
Yeah.
So Christian women in the church, women could become nuns, abbesses, or anchoresses, which were female hermits. So think, your silent monk or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Abbesses like Hildegard of Bingen, a bit later, held significant spiritual and even political power. Huh?
Okay.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Some women, some women were canonized as saints and venerated for their piety, miracles, or martyrdom.
Okay.
So, found that very interesting.
Yeah.
Then we've got mystics and visionaries. This kind of gets a little wonky.
Okay.
Although rare, some women were recognized as having divine visions or mystical experiences. These women were sometimes revered as spiritual authorities or intermediaries, like not a prophet, mind you.
Right.
But, you know, if they were boys, there would have been a prophet because, you know, God's mouthpiece, right? No, but they're intermediaries, which is what a prophet is.
Yeah,
right?
except for they got to give it a different name because it's not a man.
Because girl.
Yeah,
vag.
There's no penis involved.
No, there's vag.
Right.
No penis and vag.
Yeah, okay.
Yikes.
Got it.
But these women, by, you know, doing that, being claimed that, or being labeled that, they also risk suspicion or accusations of heresy.
So you got to be careful. It's a fine line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
Right.
Okay. So then we've got folk healers and wise women in both pagan and Christian.
But not wise guys.
Never be a wise guy. In both pagan and Christian rural communities, women were often the keepers of folk medicine, midwifery, and local magical traditions.
Midwifery. It just sounds like you're up to no good.
I know.
You know?
Even though you know it's just like delivering babies. But midwifery. Like, what are you doing, you midwifery fuck? These quote-unquote wise women used herbs, charms, and rituals to heal and protect, and were both respected and feared.
Yeah.
Sounds like they were witches, doesn't it?
I mean, you know.
Yeah, beginnings thereof, right?
Right. You can't have those women get too powerful, you know. So.
Yeah, no. Actually, there was some documentary that I want to do a complete deep dive on that talked about how the whole reason that the witch hunts began were because wise women and midwives were more trusted, valued, and knowledgeable even than their male counterpart doctors. And so, you know, you can't have that. And so the boys got really pissed and were like, they're not doing religion good, and they have vaginas, so they're like even bad, and let's kill them, burn them. Yeah. So, you know, you label it a witch, and then, you know, all of a sudden it means something different.
Sure.
So I found that really interesting, and I was like, you don't say.
Right.
Yeah. So we've got pagan priestesses and seeresses. Okay. Yeah. In Norse culture especially, these women were female shamans who performed rituals, foretold the future, and communed with the spiritual world. We've still got some of those to this day.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
There's one down the street. So,
although I haven't seen the sign out lately, and I wonder if they closed. I wonder if the church that was 2 doors down got them shut down. These women were held revered, and they held feared roles, and they often traveled from village to village. So they were basically wise women.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
And once again, women aren't allowed to be wise.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So then we've got demonization and control. Okay. And this is what happens when women get too smart, get too uppity.
Okay. Yeah.
As Christianity spread, some independent spiritual roles held by women, especially those involving magic, healing, or prophecy, which were often like one and the same, began to be viewed with suspicion. Get them.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
We are getting to Pope Joan.
We are. Okay. But I'm just trying to I was just
checking.
Okay, first I had to explain the 9th century, okay? Then I had to explain women in the 9th century.
No, I
understand why it's important.
I only asked because this is a long trek to get there, so I was just like kind of curious if this was leading to. Obviously, it's leading to Pope Joan.
Literally the next page, asshole.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
One more point.
Okay.
Yeah, like actually, not even one more point. Like the last sentence of the point I'm currently fucking making.
Got it. Wow, yeah. Bad timing on my part.
Bad timing on your part. Yeah. Okay. So anyway. These bitches that were too uppity and smart for their own good began to be viewed with suspicion. Church teachings increasingly warned against women's quote-unquote weaker nature And some older female traditions were rebranded as witchcraft.
Oh, okay.
Superstition.
Right.
Demon.
Yeah.
Worship.
Because women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, snakes and fucking apples and shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I've got a note that says, back to Pope Joan.
Ah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Pope Joan.
It would have been funnier had you not, like, done your thing.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right. So the most common versions of the Pope Joan story go like this. Okay.
Yeah.
This is like the main story. Okay. Joan was a highly intelligent and learned woman, very educated, who, in order to pursue education and a life beyond the, at the time, limited roles typically available to women, disguised herself as a man. Okay.
All
So
right.
first she disguised herself as a man. Under a male name, which is usually talked about as being John Anglicus, she entered monastic life, and her intellectual abilities allowed her to climb the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Okay?
Yeah.
Eventually, due to her reputation for piety and scholarship, she was elected pope, supposedly taking the name John VIII. And this is often placed around the year 855 AD, right between the reigns of Pope Leo IV and Pope Benedict III.
Okay. All right.
Joan is said in these stories to have reigned for about 2 years before she was found out.
Got it.
As Pope, she allegedly kept her gender hidden until she became pregnant.
Whoa.
That'll do it.
Pregnant Pope, huh?
Yeah. Possibly due to a relationship she had with a close companion, which I was like, yeah, pretty fucking close.
As if she was pregnant.
So close that his penis touched her. That's pretty fucking close, right?
Yeah.
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 So the dramatic climax of the story involves her secret being revealed. So not when she got pregnant, but when she gave birth. During
Wait. The Pope's putting on some weight there, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have, papal robes and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, all the popes were poping it up, and they were all fucking around and saying that they weren't, and they were all eating and drinking and grifting. They were all probably fat, right? Yeah. So the getting pregnant part wasn't the problem. You can always claim fatitude, right?
Sure.
But you give birth during a papal procession. That's not good.
Fly. Yeah.
No.
Nope.
So here's the thing. Okay. There's lots of different stories about this whole how the birth happened. Okay. Yeah, this is
how the birth. Okay.
How the birth proceeded.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
One says she gave birth mid-procession and the horse didn't stop. So in many versions of the story, Joan went into labor while riding a horse during a grand papal procession between the Colosseum and St. John Lateran.
Okay.
And the punchline is that the horse just kept trotting.
Got it.
It just kept moving. Okay. Yeah. She allegedly gave birth right there in the middle of the street while the entire Roman crowd looked on in shock. Medieval storytellers leaned into this and passed that story around. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's one version of the story.
Okay.
Okay. The second version, this one's even better.
Yeah.
The baby fell out.
It just fell out.
And she died of shame. As you do when you're a woman,
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Some stories say the baby literally fell out of her and the crowd stoned her to death on the spot.
Oh my God.
Others say she just died of embarrassment, as if the shame of a surprise street birth was just too much. Too much. I cannot.
But all the stories agree that this happened during a procession.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They all agree on this.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just how it happens during the procession.
Okay.
That is the question.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's another story about it.
Okay. Yeah.
For centuries, papal processions supposedly avoided the street where this happened near the church of San Clement, and this road actually exists.
Okay.
Everything about the thing actually exists except for,
The
her.
Pope. Right. Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, for centuries, papal processions supposedly avoided that street because of the scandal. Some stories say it was dubbed Via Papessa, the Popess Street, and popes would detour to avoid the bad juju.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if that aspect of it is true.
Probably.
Because, I mean, the story, even though maybe probably not true, right? I don't know the rest of what you're covering, but I mean,
Right.
Even though it's not true.
The myth is strong.
The myth could be strong.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Another story states that she wasn't officially buried. According to some tellings, because she was considered such an embarrassment to the church, Joan was buried in an unmarked grave, and the church pretended she never existed. And there are still conspiracy theories to this day about that. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
You gotta get into those Vatican archives, right?
Oh my God. Right? Like, what would you pay? Right? And it's probably like nothing to be found there. Like, we've built it up over the years as like this great secret. Yeah. And it's probably like fucking boring as fuck. At this point.
Yeah, who knows?
Like, oh, look, the FBI and CIA were involved in having Kennedy killed. We never knew.
You know, I don't think the stuff that they would have secrets on wouldn't be anything so modern. I don't think. Yeah. It would be older stuff that would be interesting to find in those
the historical
records they've got.
Yeah.
So
here's another thing. During the Reformation, Protestants had a field day with the whole story.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
One particularly gleeful Protestant historian wrote, "Only the Pope was infallible unless he was also pregnant." And the whole legend became a kind of gotcha joke aimed at undermining papal authority. Okay. Which we'll get back to in just a second.
Sure.
Okay. Then there's like another kind of story that's like, she might have given birth to twins.
Okay.
Because one wasn't enough, right?
Yeah, you gotta up that story, you know? You gotta keep making it better and more.
All right. So we've got through the story of Pope Joan now, okay? Generally.
Right.
Next comes the aftermath. Accounts of what happened next vary after she gave birth. Some say she died in childbirth. Okay. Others claim she was stoned to death, as we mentioned, by an angry mob once her true sex was revealed. You know, having a baby fly out your vag is going to do it.
That will do it, yeah.
And in some versions, she simply was deposed and lived out her day in penance.
Okay.
So she wasn't necessarily killed in these stories.
Got it.
Okay. That's the happy version.
Right.
So, historical basis. Let's talk about, did this really happen?
Right.
And TLDR, no. Okay. Right. So there's no contemporary evidence. The crucial point is that there's no reliable contemporary historical evidence to support the existence of a female pope. Okay. Yeah. The story's first appearance was in chronicles in the 13th century, several hundred years after the supposed events.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, meh. Then we've got chronological issues. The purported reign of Pope Joan often overlaps with the very extremely well-documented reigns of Pope Leo IV and Benedict III, as I mentioned earlier, in the mid-9th century, making her existence chronologically problematic and extremely questionable at best.
Sure.
So then...
do you know if there was a long gap between, like, was there a...
No.
Okay. All right. Got it.
At least not according to records that we can find today.
Okay.
Right. As well as we can rely on the records of that time.
Well, I was going to say, if you want to play conspiracy theorist, you know, you could be like, the church might have altered those. So.
Sure, absolutely. But all the records of that time all agree.
Sure.
And they are all from different sources.
Okay. All right.
So
fair enough.
That kind of makes us think, I don't know about all this.
No, that makes sense.
I don't know about this Pope Joan stuff.
Right.
Okay. So it's very likely a legend. Most modern historians consider Pope Joan to be a fictional figure, a product of medieval storytelling, possibly an allegory fueled by anti-papal satire or folk tales.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It may have been intended as satire or a morality tale about clerical corruption or the roles of women in the church. And we're going to get into that in a minute,
Sure.
too.
Okay.
So the next section I have here is, so if it's so widely accepted as untrue, why did the story stick?
Yeah.
From the 9th century.
Because it's like, I mean...
It's cool.
Yeah, it's a cool story. And you could look at it from a couple different perspectives, like whether you support women being in charge in the church or not. Mm-hmm. You know, you could take it either way as something that you would want to tell the story. Like, if you're not for it, you'd be like, look at this silly thing that happened. Look at this ridiculous thing. Mm-hmm. And if you are for it, you'd be like, well, look, a woman was able to be pope. You know, like, so either way... And it could be something that persists.
That gets into why it persisted.
Right.
Because... it depends who was telling the story and everybody was telling the story. So they all had reasons for why to tell the story.
Yeah.
And that tells you why the story kept persisting.
Well, and if it were true, then, it's quite the scandal for that time period.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, actually, it'd be a scandal for this time period, honestly.
Fuck yeah, it would. Yeah. Despite the lack of historical evidence, the story of Pope Joan was widely believed for centuries and became a popular subject in literature and art. Okay. And several reasons for its endurance have been suggested. One is a social commentary. The tale could have served as a commentary on the perceived flaws or moral failings of the church. So if the Catholics were telling it, here's their perspective, okay?
Yeah, right.
A reason to keep women out of leadership positions. Women aren't supposed to...
Because they're obviously going to have a baby on the way through the procession.
Obviously.
Yeah, that can't happen.
What they'd say is women aren't supposed to be in these roles. See what happened here? She fooled us, but her body, by betraying her, revealed the truth. Yeah. Women are just not supposed to be in this role.
Right. Right. God made a baby fall out during a procession.
I mean, yeah, something like that. But Protestants would say that it's a reason to hold the Vatican in suspicion. So they're telling the story saying, see what they're hiding? If they'll suppress this information, what else aren't they telling us?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And if even a piece of shit woman, right? If even a woman can ascend to the papacy, who couldn't? Why, even the devil himself could sit on that throne. You know what they say? If two people of the same gender get married, what happens next? Tractors fucking wagons? Ducks fucking dogs? What the hell?
Yeah, you just can't be sure.
Right?
I mean...
If a woman ascends to the papacy, obviously the devil can.
Right.
Right? Like, that's their, clutching pearls outrage.
Right.
Okay? Right. Modern feminists have also adopted this story because they like it.
Yeah.
She's been adopted as a model and icon of what women would be able to achieve in the church.
Okay.
Could be allowed.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, it could be used as a story of strength for women.
Yes.
If that were allowed to exist outside of the mockery of what happened.
Exactly. Exactly. So again, it just depends on who is telling the story as to why they let the story persist. But the fact that so many different people had reasons gives you an idea.
Yeah.
There were many folktale elements to it. So the story has dramatic elements of disguise, ambition, and a shocking revelation. And that makes it like a great rumor story.
Sure,
we love a compelling narrative.
Yeah. Definitely.
Spill the tea, right? Like, that's still a thing.
Right.
Then there's misinterpretation of history or rituals. So some theories suggest the legend might have originated from misinterpretations of certain historical events or unusual papal rituals.
Okay.
So these are largely speculative because I'm not sure. How the fuck do you misinterpret there was a woman that ascended to the papacy?
Yeah, and also how do you determine which papacy rituals are odd?
Was it the giving birth? Was that the odd part?
Right. Yeah. I'm like they're all fucking odd.
Yeah. Like, I don't know about all that.
Right.
So again, TLDR, no, there was no Pope Joan.
Sure.
But it's a cool story, bro.
Yeah.
But I did promise that we would talk about the Holy Pope Throne.
Okay. Yeah.
And so the Holy Pope Throne has a space to feel for popey testicles. Okay. It's called the infamous pierced chair.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's often linked to the legend of Pope Joan. Okay.
Interesting.
Yes. The story
goes... But who's the person that has to reach through and check the Pope's...
I'll get there.
Okay.
Yep, I will get there.
Okay.
The story goes that after the supposed embarrassment of accidentally electing a woman pope, the Catholic Church instituted a ritual to verify the new pope's sex.
Okay.
After a pope was elected, he would sit on a special chair with a hole in the seat, like a toilet. A designated cardinal would reach up through the hole and feel the pope's genitals to confirm he was biologically male. The cardinal would then reportedly declare in Latin, duos habet et bene pendentes.
He has balls.
He has two, and they hang well.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Is this a real thing that happened? Like, is this something that the church actually did? Did you dig into it that much?
I will get there in a second.
Okay.
So that phrase is either like hilarious or horrifying, depending.
Yes.
I think it's both, honestly.
Yes.
Yeah. No credible documentation from papal inauguration rituals supports that this test ever happened. However, like I had to get through that sentence as fast as possible to tack on the however. This is going to blow your fucking mind. Ready?
Okay.
The supposed chairs with holes, the Holy Pope throne, they do exist.
Really?
Yes, there are two that you can find today.
No shit.
You can visit in museums, yes.
Huh.
There's one in the Vatican museums and there's one in the Lateran Palace.
Interesting.
Most scholars now, however, believe that they were Roman birthing stools or commodes of some kind that were repurposed or misunderstood and attributed to the Joan Pope story.
But I love the story.
Right?
Like, and the fact that they have a
phrase.
Yeah, there's a phrase built into it. Like, that needs to be like a satire short film on something. Like, that's fantastic.
That's my new cuss phrase that I'm going to say.
The Pope ball checker, you know? Like, I mean, what?
I have to memorize this.
Like,
Duos habet et bene pendentes. You're a pendentes. Okay. The tale became widespread in the 13th century.
Yeah.
Often used by anti-papal or satirical writers, like satirical writers say The Onion or Saturday Night Live, right?
Yeah.
Of the time.
Except during the Dark Ages.
As a jab at church authority.
Right.
There is no evidence in Vatican liturgy, canon law, or official ceremony of such a physical test ever being part of the papal installation process, but it's so fucking fun to imagine.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna totally just make that something that they did in my mind because it's so much better.
It's so much better. So why the Pope throne story being a thing and existing and still persisting is my question, right?
Because it's fucking fun.
It's funny as fuck. Yeah. Like, do we need a better reason?
No.
It was scandalous, memorable, and it served as a neat little punishment tale for the story of Pope Joan. So, a nice little like P.S.
Yeah, and P.S. Now we grab the Pope's balls because of you.
Because of women. Fucking women. Yeah. It also played into medieval humor and distrust of church hierarchy.
Okay.
So it was a way to like make the church look stupid.
Sure.
And medieval humor is a thing much renowned. Like, they were so crass.
I'm going to ask this again. The church needed help looking stupid, though?
Right.
I'm just,
Yeah. Especially in Protestant or anti-clerical circles, they were like,
right. Yeah.
The modern view is today the overwhelming consensus, again, among historians is that Pope Joan is a legend. Cannot say this enough.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, I got it.
Did not exist.
Real.
But the holy thrones do exist.
Sort of. Maybe.
No, they do exist.
Yeah, but you said they may have been reinterpreted. Like, they may have been misinterpreted.
But they do exist.
Those chairs are there.
Yes.
Okay.
While the story is captivating and has had a significant cultural impact, I mean, just on our household alone, it is not considered a factual event in the history of the papacy.
Okay.
The end.
Well, that is interesting.
That is fun.
I can't get the imagery out of my head now of the Pope chair.
Duos habet something pendente.
Right, yeah.
Bene et bene pendente.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got anything else for us about Pope Joan, or was that it?
I want her to have been real.
I mean,
and I want the chair to have been for that purpose.
I do want the chair to have been for that. Like that alone.
Yeah.
That's so worth it.
Oh, I do want to say that there are some movies that do portray this as though it existed. And there is a novel, somewhat contemporary, like of modern day.
Is it by Dan Brown?
No. I forget who it's by. It's some woman though.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a name that we would know, and I can't remember who.
Got it.
But there are two movies and a novelization of this event happening that I cannot wait to get my hands on, so to speak. I would like to, tinkle them with my hands.
We brought up Monty Python earlier. I feel like they need to come back to do a skit about the Pope chair because damn, that's
opportunity missed.
Right? Yeah. I'm just saying. All right. I think that's all we have today for Pope Joan.
Yes.
And thank you all for joining us.
Yes.
And we will be back hopefully tomorrow with our next episode. If not, soon.
Which is chapter 8, question mark?
That's right. Yeah, we've been really slacking on the regular episodes, so we apologize. But we are trying to get back on some sort of a schedule, and
mostly it's your fault.
It is mostly, yeah, it is. It is. My schedule is really just fucked right now.
It's just fucked right now, you guys.
And I'm sorry about that.
I also am sorry that your schedule is fucked.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, everybody. And we'll see you next time.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we're doing a special episode for everyone. And I think you've got some science shit to talk about, sort of.
Science. And that you should imagine me doing that with jazz hands.
Oh, okay.
Science.
Oh, and a couple of things. We're doing this from our new basement studio that we set up, if you want to call it that.
I would not call it a studio. I would call it the basement.
It is definitely the basement. We do have pictures up.
No, we have a picture up,
and we have things and stuff and lots of boxes.
We have tarps over the window.
Yeah, it's about as
it's janky as fuck.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. It's
more janky than it was when it was the living room.
I've got C-clamps and wood clamps holding things up. So.
Okay, so anyway.
Also it's a live Discord tonight.
It is.
So if you want to join us the next time, so two things about that. We are starting a once a month live on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern, which will be the first one we're going to be doing will be this coming Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. So you can join it by joining our Discord, which will be in the show notes. And there's a link on our main webpage at sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. And of course, we'll still always have our lives every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Now the Sunday is only once a month.
Yes,
I think you said that, but just to reiterate.
Right. So I know I cut you off with regard to what we're covering today. So what are we covering today?
We're going to talk about some UPEs.
And
some mice.
And some
science shit.
And
the light that goes out of your body when you die.
Say what?
Yeah. You light up my life.
Apparently something like that. This sounds interesting.
Yeah. It's your aura. It's something about the way you glow. No way. I don't believe in all that hooky stuff.
Right. All right. You ready to get into this?
Sure as fuck am.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right. I am going to tell you some things today that will blow your mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard about it in a science-related podcast, and I was like, shut the fuck up. No way. It, just rocked me. So, okay. I just think it's cool. I love science.
Well, science is cool.
But let me ask you a question.
I'm ready.
Do you believe in auras?
No.
Do you believe? No. Do you believe in an electrical field surrounding your body?
I mean, if it's measurable, sure, but if it's not, then no. Am I just supposed to assume that there's one that doesn't exist that can't be measured?
Do you believe
that exists that can't be measured?
People having a soul?
Absolutely not.
Do you believe in near-death experiences?
I believe that your fucking brain does some wild shit when you're about ready to die.
When you're lacking oxygen?
Yeah, I think that's what I think. Yeah. Do I believe in near-death experiences? I believe shit happens to your brain when you're dying.
Okay. Do you believe in ghosts?
No.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you some stuff. Ready?
I'm ready.
Your body actually emits light. Okay?
Okay.
Measurable. So this is for reals.
So when people say you light up their lives, they ain't lying.
No, they're not.
All right.
Even if you're not on fire, radioactive, or touched by an angel, your body still emits a light.
But it's much brighter if you're on fire.
Right. Totally.
Right, yeah.
In science, death is when electrical activity in the brain ceases, right? Like that's what we agree. That's when the brain stops, like we have pretty much agreed that's when we declare you dead. Time of death, right?
Yeah.
In metaphysics or spiritual beliefs, many traditions talk about the soul or inner light departing the body upon death, right?
Yeah.
And some near-death experiences describe perceiving light as the soul separates.
We've talked about this in other episodes before that we've done, and I swear it's just like you're on the operating table, you know?
Yeah.
And it's the fucking light that the whatever operating people are shining on you.
I've heard even some people say that you are having a memory of having come out of your mother's womb.
Sure.
Like the love tunnel or whatever.
I mean, like I said, your brain's doing some fucked up shit at that point. It's like,
it's
what is
lacking
going
oxygen.
on?
Your brain lacks oxygen. And that is when you are most open to hallucination.
And it's been shown, like just by measuring that the things that make you hallucinate are very active as you're dying.
Yes. In literature, the metaphor of a flame extinguishing or a light going out is often used to signify the end of a life or the passing of consciousness.
Sure.
Like, I like in movies when they show somebody like blowing out a candle or lightning strikes and then they cut to another scene.
Yeah,
so
I think it's good symbolism.
Symbolism, yeah.
It's very good symbolism.
Okay, but, and hear me out. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on to your pants.
I'm listening.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. This professor guy leading a team of scientists at the University of Calgary found that living beings emit a light. It's a light so faint that it's invisible to the naked eye. And when living beings die, the light fucking goes out.
Huh.
Yeah. Measurably.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Measurable.
All right.
Anybody sciencey with the correct science tools can repeat this, okay? This is science we're talking, not metaphysical bullshit.
Well, I did a little bit of rudimentary research, and it does need to be, like, it hasn't been repeated a ton.
Sure,
like, it definitely
it's
needs to be
still a new
more.
discovery. Yeah,
Right.
The findings might seem a little fringe at first glance. It's hard not to associate scientific investigations into biological electromagnetic emissions with debunked and paranormal claims of auras and discharges surrounding living organisms. Yeah. Like the line becomes very, when you don't know a lot about it, it's very easy for like people to start talking about like, oh, that's your aura.
Well, we live in a headline society, right? People see that a light leaves your body at death and they're like, oh, I know what, they just assume that they can equate that to something that they believe in. And they don't bother actually doing any research on it or looking into it any further than surface, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to, the way these things get pushed out there is they know nobody else is going to read it either.
Right.
So they can, that's how people are able to say whatever they want to about things.
Exactly.
Because no one looks into it.
Yep.
Or a lot of people don't look into it.
So scientists observed that a phenomenon known as ultra-weak photon emission.
Okay.
So ultra-weak is like one word and it's an actual measure. Okay.
Ultra weak.
Ultra-weak.
Yeah.
Like you are so ultra-weak.
It's not Mighty Mouse. It's Minuscule Mouse.
Yeah. It's ultra-weak mouse.
Okay.
Photon emission. Okay. So UEP is this light. Okay. So scientists observed that a phenomenon, this UEP, is significantly stronger in live mice compared to their recently euthanized counterparts.
It wasn't it UPE, not UEP?
UPE. That's what I said. What?
You said UEP.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, let me try
I'm pretty sure.
Scientists observed this phenomenon known as a UPE. I did say UEP because I just wanted to say it again.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Well, I am dyslexic. So anyways, it's significantly stronger in live mice compared to their recently euthanized counterparts.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So the UEP is a real... No,
UPE.
UPE. God damn it. try to get that wrong all
Apparently,
episode.
yeah. I'm gonna, yeah.
Well, okay. When I was putting this together in my notes, I always said because it's a oop, UPE. I was calling it. I did it again just now.
No, you said it right just now.
UPE.
You said it right.
Whoop. That's what I was calling it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Which do you prefer, the dyslexic UEP or the whoop?
Just do the hook. At least
one?
then we know what you're talking about. We'll just substitute what we know to be UPE as your, take on
What
it.
if I just call it the ultra weak light?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great.
Okay. So the ultra weak light is a real scientifically studied phenomenon where living organisms emit extremely low levels of light, so weak that it's not visible to the naked eye. So you would have to have all of this scientific equipment, like a dark room and these other things that are scientific. I can't think of the word, goddammit.
Yeah.
So this is not the same as bioluminescence. Like it's very important that everybody understand this. Like when we're talking about ultra weak light, the UPEs,
yes,
it's not the same as bioluminescence. Like what happens in a firefly. Okay.
Right.
So I'm not trying to say that we fucking glow. We do not glow.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's rather a faint, spontaneous emission of photons, hence the P in the UPE, in the visible and ultraviolet spectrum, often linked to metabolic processes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get into that just a little bit. Like I'm only going to talk about the chemistry here just a little bit because I don't know enough about it to be able to answer a single goddamn question. Okay. So your body glows like, it doesn't glow.
We look into these things just because they're things that we're curious about, right?
Yeah,
and people are going to take this information and they're going to equate it to, hooey bullshit that.
Yeah. And I'm going to get into that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So your body is like a broken light bulb trying to stay on, but it's not bright enough to see. Okay.
Okay.
Because you got batteries inside you, right? And the batteries are trying to, stay lit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Except for that there are those like rechargeable batteries that you charge too many times and they don't fucking work anymore.
Suck. Yeah. Yeah. To capture the light emissions. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
The researchers use high-tech imaging equipment as well as so-called ultra dark enclosures that removed any environmental light interference. Ultra dark being another actual measure, like ultra weak.
I don't know that I've ever seen ultra dark, but I was at Mammoth Cave once. Okay. Mm-hmm. And they do this thing where they stop you in the middle of the cave and they make everybody shut everything off. Like you can have no light whatsoever. And
Put your phone in your fucking pocket.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, that type of dark, that amount of dark is very
visceral. You almost
can feel
tangible.
It on you. It's like, it's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I need to sleep in. I need ultra dark. Yeah. So these guys, they use this high-tech imaging equipment in dark rooms.
Sure.
To block out even a little bit of light. Okay. They don't want any environmental light interference when they're doing these studies.
Okay.
Okay. No praying required. Repeatable results upon repetition of the experiment because scientific process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why we like science.
Yeah. So what these researchers found is that while the living and dead mice had the same body temperature, which they kept at room temperature, which was 37 degrees Celsius, because they heated up the dead mice to make sure that heat wasn't not
the factor.
Yeah, right. They try to control for every single factor.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The live mice showed robust UPE emissions compared to the UPE emissions of the dead mice, which were nearly extinguished. Yeah.
Okay.
So you could see these lights going out.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
It wasn't just with mice though. They also did this with plants in the same experiment.
Yeah.
They had 2 different types of leaves and they found the same phenomenon happen in these leaves where they would injure the plant and even though they're plants and plants supposedly, I don't know, they don't have feelings and stuff and you can't hurt a plant. But just saying I injured the plant, it made me feel sad. I can't tear a leaf. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know, but I can mow that fucking lawn though.
Right.
And I can pluck that dandelion. I don't give a fuck. But you say injure the plant, and like the word injure to cause pain.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like it.
Right.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they cause pain to the plant, to the leaves, and they were able to see this phenomenon.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
UPE is the result of metabolism in the cells. So what happens is this, okay?
Yeah.
When an organism is stressed, biochemical pathways are activated and they get all excited and they produce this thing called reactive oxygen species, ROS.
Okay.
Okay. And when you get too much ROS, that excites electrons and causes ultra weak photon emission.
Okay.
The UPE.
Yeah.
The aforementioned UPE. Okay.
Right.
So the ROS causes the ROS, we were the big.
This is such a technical look, we got all the science here.
I mean, I'm telling you all the acronyms. I don't know what you want. Scientific equipment, like stuff,
Yeah.
Ultra weak, ultra dark.
I appreciate this isn't something that was on my radar, but it's interesting. I like it. So, yeah.
And I love science, but like if you get any harder than this to where I cannot joke around about it to make it stick in my head, it's over my head. Seriously. Like, I love science, you guys, but when I took biology 1 and 2 in college, I studied so hard and yet I only got C's. And that's a big deal. Because let me tell you about my study process.
Yeah.
It was intense and ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I am not ashamed of it. I would take notes in the lecture. I would take notes in the lab. And those are separate phenomenons, right? Separate instances. Okay.
Right.
I would then read the textbook and take insane notes from the textbook.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I would take all 3 of those notes and combine them into one set of notes.
Right.
And then that was me handwriting them. I would then do it again because this is all my form of studying, right? As I'm going over my notes and combining them. Then I would type my notes just so that I went from handwriting them to then typing them to try to activate different parts of my brain as I'm also going through all these notes. So now I've like read these things 3 times each, right?
You're stressing me out just telling me about this process.
Because my memory is so bad. Like, I have no retention.
Right.
So, I mean, I would ask questions in class and I would stay after. Like, I'm a good student. I just have no retention.
I can attest to that.
I have interest. I have enthusiasm for the topic. I have curiosity. I love learning.
Right.
I just have no retention.
But wife can literally look at something and then 3 seconds later I can ask her about it and she will not remember.
At all.
So.
At all. Like, how many times did you ask me, like, how much did you spend at the grocery store before I finally said, you should really stop asking me that question?
I
have
can't
no
ask
fucking
that
idea.
question. You don't even have.
And I get stressed out when you ask me it because I literally don't know. And I'm like, why would you do that to me?
Well, to me, it's a simple question, right?
Right.
Like, and it's not meant to be stressing you out.
Right.
It's just like when I think in different terms.
You can remember
right?
every number you ever met.
I still remember the UPC code for Piggy Chews at a pet store I used to work at, which was 727-348-78005.
Right, but that store no longer exists.
It doesn't. Yeah, and that's like 30 years ago. So who gives a fuck? But
right.
I still have that number in my head.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Whereas, like, I can look at a number, look away, and be like, I know I just looked at a number, but I'll be goddamned if I could tell you what that number was.
Right.
But I can sometimes if I'm in the right frame, I can tell you if it was even or odd, or I can tell you, I think it was a multiple of 3.
Yeah.
Like, I can do weird things like that. Like, basically, it's similar to being like, I can't remember this woman's face, but I could tell you what she was wearing. Sure. That's how I relate it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay. Anyway, back to science.
Yes.
Instead of my brain.
Right.
Which has its lights are going out. So basically, UPE is a light generated by chemical reactions in the body.
Okay.
And particularly those involving free radicals and excited molecules. Very excited. They're dancing.
Yeah.
And they're causing all these friction rubs and lights.
Okay. All right.
The phenomenon has been observed in a myriad of life forms. So, like, every so often, like, a scientist is like, oh my God, look, you guys. But then either the wrong people, like religious-y freaks, get a hold of it and they're like, look, it's the soul. And so, like, you know, and then scientists are like, never mind. And, you know, they don't have the internet yet. So they're like, run away, run away. We don't like that. That religion thing is bullshittery. We shall not. Or either that or other scientists and their, you know, mansplaining arrogance is like, that is ridiculous. Plants and animals are not the same. They do not have lights. You know what I mean? And it's like, you're right. Why even check? Why bother looking? You fucking arrogant fuck. Right? Like, yeah, I'm just going to put away every fucking microscope because you already answered all the goddamn questions. Man. Right. Male hubris person. I could not possibly learn anything after this. You know all. Yeah. So that's what happens with science.
I'm okay.
It's true, though. You know I'm right. Either the Christians or the mans come and get it and snatch it out your hands.
So what I'm hearing is that we need to staff science with all women.
All women atheists.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, literally, okay, I keep going back to this. Literally, it was only within the last, 5 years that we women realized that men had been in charge of the research for pads, feminine products, and they had been using water instead of blood and could not understand the big fucking deal. What's the difference? And women are like, because blood is viscous and water isn't, you fucking fuckface idiot.
Right.
And that is why we need women in the fucking labs.
Yeah.
That is why. How much science are we missing because men just are like, I know everything. Like, no, you don't. You're an idiot. Even if you don't menstruate, the fact that you don't know there's a difference between blood and water, like, I want to kick you in the dick. Every single science man who it never occurred to.
Right.
Like, honestly. And yes, I'm being sexist. I'll tone it down. But I mean, that one always gets me. Like, that to me is like, that's the ultimate. That's just the fucking ultimate.
Sure.
It's just,
no, I agree.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that goes across the board for represented people across the world. Like, I mean, like, you know.
And it's why diversity fucking matters.
Right.
Yeah.
That it does.
Yeah. And it's why it's a goddamn crime against humanity that we're doing away with DEI right now. This is why. Because science matters and because we can't have good science unless we can have people from all different walks of life in there looking at all the shit and asking the right questions.
Right.
So, okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
This phenomenon has been observed in a myriad of life forms: bacteria, single-celled organisms.
Yeah.
Plants, animals, and even humans who, you know, are animals, but they like to think that they're the center of the universe and separate from the animal kingdom. Anyway, metabolic slowdown directly leads to photon emissions slowing to a stop.
Okay.
So our bodies stop, our metabolic bullshittery stops, and our lights go out. Period.
Yeah.
Okay. Based on the researchers' findings, the UPE, the light imaging, could eventually be used for clinical research as a non-invasive tool for diagnosing patients in a clinical setting. So that's why we're like pretty excited about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in very early stages, still needs lots more study. Not even sure how to apply it across the board yet. But like, I just heard this and I was like, record scratch, stop.
But
what?
Speaking, this is kind of off subject, but speaking of light, it reminded me, I just heard of a scientific study that showed that we apparently we just recently we teleported light for the first time.
And that like blew my mind too.
Yeah, which it basically is going to open up ways for us to communicate instantaneously across even galaxies.
So
like it's because
so not only can we talk to like people on Mars when they get there, like immediate, like we don't have to wait for the AT&T like 3-minute
right
drag.
Yeah.
But like we can talk to people in over there past all of those.
Yeah, like we could talk to people on Mars and it would be just instantaneous.
But other galaxies, you said.
Right. Yeah.
In the Ender's Game series by the horrible human being Orson Scott Card.
Yeah.
Horrible person, fantastic author.
Sure.
Ender's Game.
Right.
They referred to that as something like the Ansible.
Right. Yeah.
And like it came from like the alien technology that they had, but it had to do with faster than light stuff.
This isn't faster than light necessarily. I mean, it is, I guess.
I mean,
but,
if you're like
right, it has to do with particles or something. But they refuse to be separated basically. Like
okay.
they are in two places at once essentially.
They're like Velcro and Schrodinger's cat all together in the box.
Right.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
but it just talking about light reminded me of that I just recently came across
because
that.
we sent some over there, wherever there is.
We had it
we
in science.
teleported
We
it.
scienced it. You know,
we scienced the fuck out of that light.
Yeah.
Do you want that light inside your body? The teleported light?
I don't know.
I'm worried about that teleported light, though. It probably causes cancer. Everything causes cancer.
Right, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the light and death just for a second.
Okay? Yeah.
So some philosophers have proposed some interesting and poetic notions about this stuff that is up for debate. Okay? Like, since UPE appears to cease abruptly upon death, is what they're saying.
Sure.
And this marks the moment when cellular activity truly ends, the actual time of death. Except. Well, that's a beautiful metaphor that scientific reality does not match up with what I just said.
Of course it doesn't. Right. Yeah.
Because UPE only gradually diminishes. It does not, like, we died, then our lights went out, and that was the time of death. What time did the lights go out? No. That's not the way it works. It wasn't all of a sudden.
Right.
The light only gradually diminishes as metabolic processes shut down.
Got it.
So like you'd have to sit there and wait for the last man out to turn out the light.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And that may be like long after brain functioning has ended.
Yeah.
So you can't depend on the light as, time of death.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So there's no evidence of a burst or a flash or like a soul escaping light. Boom. Okay.
Yeah.
When someone dies, contrary to some myths, though some studies of dying cells suggest that there can be slight increases in oxidative activity before death, but we're like not there yet. Okay. Like we don't know about that shit yet.
Sure.
But I'm just trying to be in the interest of honesty. Just wanted to put that out there that, while there are some studies suggesting a slight increase in those activities right before death, for the most part, there is no like light flash and then you dead, right?
Got it.
Just the natural end of biochemical activity.
Okay.
Now let's talk about UPE and Christians. This is the fun part.
Okay.
Spiritual types might cherry pick terms like photon and light and energy to imply a soul or an aura, right? That's where we're going with these things, right?
Yep.
Some might say energy can't be destroyed, so souls are energy, and that just proves that the soul is eternal.
I always find it very interesting, I guess is the word, when religion tries to enter the science world. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you should stop.
Because they're like, see, even science is agreeing with us. That they're trying to make it to where the science bends to the religion.
Yeah, but
instead of the other way.
The problem with that, though, is that if a person is actually curious, they'll look into it more. Mm-hmm. And because it's science, they'll generally find out that it has nothing to do with God.
Well, yeah.
And so I feel like it's counterproductive.
Okay, it's not, though, because they're like, if I say it first, then I've addressed it. They don't have to go look it up.
Sure.
And most of them aren't curious.
Right.
So
no, and I agree with that.
They're but if you've already heard it here first, you have no need to go see it over there. You don't have to click on that. I have saved you the trouble. Right.
But there are a lot of people that have become atheists from being in religion, and oftentimes it's because they are very curious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that talking about those things is something that could turn somebody away from religion because it makes them curious about it,
But a curious person was always going to be close to that line anyway.
Sure.
And so mentioning this or not mentioning this was not necessarily going to be the thing that, sent them toward deconstruction.
Got it. Yeah.
So, okay. Energy can't be destroyed. So souls are energy. And that just proves that the soul is eternal, right? That's a thing that somebody might say.
Sure.
Okay. And while that's a super cute misunderstanding of physics, because yes, energy can't be destroyed. We all know that, right?
Right.
Your body's energy becomes heat, motion, and nutrients for worms.
Okay? Well, yeah.
Soul energy isn't a thing in physics, no matter how hard you squint at the conservation of energy law. Like you can't just make it be what you want it to be.
Right.
You don't get to invent invisible energy beings just because thermodynamics exists.
Right.
You got to stick to the actual math, bitch. Okay?
I mean, yeah. But I mean, metaphysics is not science.
Well, yeah.
It's just hooey bullshit.
Right. Exactly. So. Yeah. That's the point.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then a Christian might say, the Bible says, let there be light. See, science confirms it, right? And then this is what I would say. Ready? Mm-hmm. Cool story, bruh. But just naming it light in a book doesn't mean that you predicted fucking science. That's like me writing, let there be tacos, and then taking credit for Taco Bell. Look what I did. Yeah. I said, let there be tacos. Whee!
Besides, the Bible said, let there be light twice.
It did.
And both on different days. So,
yeah. Which order?
Yeah, right.
Like,
which time? Which light are we talking about?
Right.
How, explain that more. I want to hear your explanation.
Did you know that there were 2 drafts of the 10 Commandments? Tell me about that.
Right.
You know the Bible up one side and down the other. Tell me about it. Tell me about how homosexuality is somehow worse than your wife getting raped. So you just kick the wife out the door so that you don't have these men engaging in homosexual activities. Tell me about that.
Right.
Let's talk about the Bible.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and also the dashing dead babies against rocks and dancing in the blood.
By God.
By God.
Well, I mean, the dashing.
Yeah. Right. Ordered by God.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Let's go. Come on. I want to talk about the Bible.
Yeah.
So anyway, UPE is about photons from oxidative stress, not holy light rays coming from God's IKEA lamp collection. Like you don't get to just be like, it's God's light. See, he turned on the light. And then he turned it off. Let there be light. And now he turned it off. Like, no, that's not the way it works. It's not like that. That isn't how it goes.
Well, I think look, your people are going to believe what they believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, there is light, right? That is something that science has discovered inside our bodies. So people are going to see this however they want to see it.
Yeah.
But there's the difference is that science is out to find out why.
Mm-hmm.
And religion is there to mostly just make up excuses for things that they want to believe.
And grift. Well, so that they can continue their grift.
I'm not even talking about the people that are actually grifting. I'm talking about people that really do believe in God, right?
Okay.
They still are, they would use something like this to make excuses for themselves as to why they believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not meant to, that specifically is not meant to harm or to be menacing. It just helps them explain their own view.
Right.
And they take these small snippets and they put them into their overall belief to create whatever it is they believe. And the truth is that everybody has their own little version of what it is they believe, right? Sure. Because especially in today's day and age, you have to account for science if you truly want to believe hardcore, right? Because science exists. Science is right there in front of your face. So a lot of this is just people adapting science into their religion and making it work for them.
I mean, it's how my mom can be like a hardcore MAGA Christian and yet still go get her mammogram done to make sure that she doesn't need to go back for more breast cancer treatments.
Right.
Like, what?
Right. Yeah.
You trust doctors on that, but you won't get vaccinated for COVID.
Right.
I don't understand, but
no, it's ridiculous.
Go with God, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Right.
All right. So they also might say the faint light leaving the body is proof that the soul escapes at death. Except that UPE doesn't increase at death. It fizzles out just like your metabolism.
Yeah.
So it's not like a light leaves your body all at once. You know?
Right.
It's not like you can just watch this.
It's a real
light
slow
leaving.
fizzle.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not a soul. It's your cells struggling to keep the lights on one last time.
Sure.
The faint glow is basically your mitochondria calling it a day. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, I'm done. Porch light on, dog barking, nobody home. You know, that's something that my mom used to say when I was little. And like this totally applies.
Yeah.
So near-death experiences, as we discussed earlier, prove the soul exists. People always describe a light. Right?
Yeah. Well.
But it's just that people on drugs sometimes describe elves, you know? Like,
yeah, no, exactly.
So
exactly. Your mind is doing some fucked up shit at that point, right? So
just because your brain floods with chemicals and makes you hallucinate doesn't mean you visited heaven or somebody else's homeworld.
Right.
Okay?
There was a big thing back, I think it was in the 80s, maybe, or maybe early 90s. I can't remember exactly when. But there was some kid that claimed to have knowledge of things that he couldn't have knowledge of. Anyway, there was the dad wrote a book, and there was a whole, I should have done some research before we got into this on what this was called and everything. But turns out this kid gets older and the whole thing was bullshit. Basically.
Of course.
Yeah. No, it's just.
It's always bullshit.
Right. But they based a whole. His dad was a grifter and got him on board with this whole thing and even convinced him that it was, real.
Poor kid.
To some extent, Yeah. So it's just people will go to any length to make these things true for a multitude of reasons, whether it's money or their own beliefs or whatever it might be. So.
Yeah. I mean, NDEs, near-death experiences, they're fascinating. But they are brain phenomena. They are not spiritual travelogues.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
They cannot tell you things.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And then they might say, Jesus is the light of the world, and now we all emit light. We know this now. Proof that we're made in God's image. Okay, so like if Jesus is the light of the world, his wattage is quote unquote ultra weak. The measure, ultra weak.
Right.
Because the glow is so dim that we need fancy fucking machines in pitch black rooms with special equipment to fucking see it. And being made in God's image would be a little more convincing if we didn't also share DNA with fucking bananas and rats.
Right.
You know?
Maybe you just got lazy.
I mean,
just,
are they also made in God's image? It seems like it.
He just copy pasted some of the code from, the other shit.
I'm a banana. I'm a banana. I'm a banana. Yeah. Anyway. And then the last thing they might say is, you just don't want there to be a soul. But I'm like, honestly, I'm fine if there is. Like,
sure.
There can be a soul, sure. But if it's hiding in my pancreas's oxidative stress, it needs better marketing. Like, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I'm not.
I'm not anti-soul. I'm anti-pseudoscience.
I'm anti-bad information, right? And the problem is that what religious people who take these things and try to make them a point of their argument for religion, they're not really using the science. They're just using the headline.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They don't really dig into what these things are or do. And they just take the idea and make it part of their new pseudo religion. So,
yeah.
And it's not that I'm not okay with that. Science is there to give us facts and to learn more about our world and to help us, be healthier, to help us branch out in the solar system or universe more, to whatever, like there's a million things that science is going to and has been useful for. religion just steals these ideas and tries to make them their own so that they don't lose relevance. And unfortunately for them, they are going to continue to lose relevance as time goes on, because there is going to be more and more science that shows exactly how the world and the universe works.
I think if the practice of religion matched the actual religious doctrines, like the be kind to each other, don't steal from each other, like if those Jesus-y type things were better, like I think if Christians were better Christians, maybe I wouldn't have such a like snarky tone towards religion as a whole, and it would have a fine place, you know, like whatever.
You mean if they weren't hateful?
Yeah.
And you know, assholes.
And
to other people.
Creating laws that make me and mine feel afraid.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a shit at that point. Like, you do whatever you want to do over there.
Right.
You know, that would be, it would kind of make this whole podcast not necessary.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
And
then we really would be the assholes.
But unfortunately, we all know what world we're living in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And religion is very relevant to our lives, whether or not you believe or not. And so we're forced to deal with this and respond to things that they usurp from science and that they claim to be true because of their religion. So
I wrote down some reasons why hijacking science for religious purposes is bullshittery at its finest.
Okay.
And we've kind of been going there, but
yeah,
I wanted to specifically hit these points.
Sure.
Okay. For one thing, it undermines scientific literacy and encourages anti-empirical thinking.
Sure.
When people hijack real scientific terms like photons, energy, quantum mechanics, and then they glue them to supernatural ideas, they muddy the water. It confuses the public, and it makes it harder for people to tell the difference between what's measurable and what's made up. And honestly, we don't need more science denial than we're already dealing with. When you let soul light pass as proof of an afterlife, you're teaching people that feelings are evidence of facts. And once that door is open, we get flat earth, anti-vax, conspiracy YouTube, and everything's on the table. So UPE isn't the problem, like the ultra weak photon, whatever light, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
That's not the problem. But twisting it into spirit glow nonsense is part of a larger epidemic of belief without evidence.
Well, yeah, it's a lot easier to talk about something that's fantastical, and it's easier to make that stuff digestible,
Mm-hmm.
right? As opposed to scientific literature, which is very not accessible to most people as far as understanding the workings of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's easier to take these ideas and twist them into something that is not real and get people to take that idea as opposed to having them read a scientific journal, right?
Exactly.
That's why this succeeds. It's why people succeed twisting these ideas into religious ideas.
Exactly. So another reason why it's bad is that it enables grief exploitation. When someone near us dies, we as mourners are at our most vulnerable. We want to believe there's more for the person that we just lost.
Sure.
And grifters know that. Whether it's pastors selling soul light as proof of heaven, or TikTok mediums offering to photograph your aura for like $49.99. Operators standing by. This pseudoscience gets weaponized against people in mourning, and that's gross. You know?
Yeah.
It's just fucking gross. The grift is just wrong. Taking advantage of people when they're at their most vulnerable, and you're giving them false hope.
Yeah.
And it's just gross.
It is. It is.
That's more like on a smaller scale of why it's bad, but no less important, I think.
Right.
Finally, and I've talked about this one before, it hijacks awe and wonder. One of the sneakiest things religion does is steal awe from reality and repackage it with a halo. But science is way cooler without, let me read that again. Science is way cooler than a spiritual metaphor.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to read something that, like, I spent a good half hour trying to piece this together. And, like, it brought me to tears when I was done.
Okay. All right.
You are, for a fact, a warm, pulsing collection of stardust powered by tiny chemical reactions that emit light. You're literally a little beacon of life. That should blow your fucking mind. You don't need a soul to be magical. You are the magic, baby. You glow because you're alive, not because a ghost is trying to sneak out of your meat suit. Biology is amazing enough without adding magic, auras, or ghosts.
Yeah.
Science already gives us a light show. We don't need to invent things and make stuff up. Let's protect the signal from the noise and keep the beauty of science from getting smothered by superstition.
Yeah.
That is my call to action right there.
Definitely. That was fun.
That was fun.
This is not the only time where science has tried to, or not science, where religion has tried to usurp a scientific idea and make it their own. You know, NDEs are one of the biggest ones out there for years, for decades.
Near-death experiences.
Yeah, near-death experiences. And there are a multitude of other ideas that have sprung up in religion from science that they've tried to incorporate into their religions. And it just, again, I there's enough wonder and awe in science to not ever have to get anywhere near religion. You know?
I mean, the whole reason that I wanted to talk about this for our atheist podcast is that it's just a neat scientific thing, but because it is a light extinguished in our bodies upon death, I could see exactly, like, my initial reaction was like, oh, wow, cool, science is so neat, measurable, blah, 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 blah. But then my next immediate reaction was, oh, wait till the Christians get a hold of that. Like, I could just see them running away with this.
Oh, yeah.
And turning it into the whole afterlife and souls and all of that. And I was like, not today, motherfucker.
Right.
Not today, Satan. So I was like, even though this is still a very, very, very new discovery, very controversial, even because not a lot of extensive research has gone into it. And only a handful of researchers have actually done this research and put the paper out there. I wanted to just get on it, you know, and just say, hey, before anybody else usurps this, love the science the fuck out of it. Okay?
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you have anything else to add today, or?
I think I've ranted enough against men and Christians and, anti-sciencers.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed that. I was happy to know about, the light in us.
I literally was calling this
in a scientific way.
I'm going to knock your lights out.
Yeah.
Like if you punch
that's good. Yeah.
If you punch somebody hard enough and you kill them, you can knock their lights out.
Knock their lights out. Yeah. That's funny.
Right?
Yeah. I'll have to consider that as a title, maybe. All right. Do you have anything else to add?
That was it.
All right. Well, that was our special episode for today, which hopefully we're going to be back again tomorrow or very, very soon with another regular episode, which is our Q&A. I do have
our Q&A over chapters 5 through 8, and it's a little bit extensive because I wanted to remind us why I was stopping to recap particularly chapters 1 through 8 of Zechariah.
Sure. We did mean to get that out today, but it did take a little longer to research than we anticipated. So
because it, like I said, is a little bit extensive.
Yeah, definitely. But again, I want to mention one more time, we've got our first live Sunday episode coming up on Discord this coming Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
And I have no idea what the topic is yet.
Right. So if you haven't joined us on Discord yet, get over there, join us. We've got a link on our website and always in the show notes as well. So go do that, and we will see you guys next time.
Keep your lights on, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, wife, I guess that's the end?
But husband, that's just sad.
It doesn't have to be. We are on lots of social media platforms like Twitter. Our handle there is sacrilegious_D.
For D's nuts.
Oh my God. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. There's a link to all of our social media sites at our website.
Ooh, we have a website?
Yeah, it's sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, where you can also find a link to our merch shop.
We have a merch shop?
Yep, we have podcast-themed clothing, mugs, notebooks, and more, as well as an atheist and science-themed products.
Wow, our fans should really go check that out right now.
Definitely. They can get in touch with us by sending an email to sacrilegiousdiscourse@gmail.com. But before they do that, we could really use some help.
Oh yeah? With what?
Well, it's not free running the podcast, and we need some financial support in order to get better equipment, which will free up time so we can concentrate on our podcast and our fans.
Okay, so what should they do?
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegiousdiscourse and sign up as a contributor on our podcast. Supporters there receive additional bi-weekly episodes that we record just for our Patreon members for as little as $2 a month.
Also, we'd really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe on whatever platform you're using.
And Apple Podcast reviews help us out tremendously.
Like and subscribe, leave an Apple review, join us on Twitter, support us on Patreon. That's a lot of instructions. Don't forget to say thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.